Felicitations, my family of fledglings. And ghosts. It's so good to unsee you as well. My name is Damien Halme, professional disruptor and ruiner of the status quo. Somebody once, in all of my 10 years of streaming, I haven't always been called a disruptor, but I've never really had anybody that I've known IRL disagree with my journey as a streamer. And somebody once took offense to the term disruptor. Disrupt, that's a negative word. Why would you disrupt things? Build. Go forth and create and make good things. Make good things. Be good and do and build and make. Don't tear down. Do big make. Do a big make. And to which I responded, What in my content sounds like I'm not? You can't create a new building where a building has already been built and left derelict. You can't fill somebody's cup with hot tea that's already got stagnant, mossy pond water filling it to the brim. You can't dress a person in your finest silks who's already covered in layers of tattered rags and coats and whatnot to keep themselves from freezing to death on the streets. You first have to tear down the building to the foundation. You first have to dump the cup and sanitize it. You first have to strip down the person, which is usually pretty fun. So that's why I disrupt. We're here to look at existing systems and break what's not working, so that we have room to rebuild in a better way, and keeping an open eye to every system out there that's being tried to see what's working and what's not, what's working better and what's not. So, do you know anything about Undertale already? You're going in completely blind. I wish for how much hype there was that I was going in completely blind, but I do know one tiny thing about Undertale, and that is I know that combat involves like moving a tiny, and you can laugh at me and if I'm wrong about this because this is my perception, so I might actually be wrong. Don't correct me if I'm wrong. Let me be wrong. I remember I think I've seen combat is like you're like a little heart reticle inside this little square, and you have this option to like destroy these little other white sprites. I don't remember what shape they are. Either like try to destroy them or try to dodge them and be pacifist. So there's like an aggressive and a passive path. That right there, I know, is kind of like a huge spoiler, if it's actually that way. Obviously, we played through all the Mother games. I understand that some of the story is pacifist and is forcibly that way. You know, you're not making a choice whether the Mother game enemies are beaten through aggression or passive. Well, that's not. Some are a choice. I do remember that. I think Mother 2 specifically had at least one enemy where if you were kind, it would give you something good at the end. But if you just like fought and killed it, you could fight and kill it, but it wouldn't give you almost anything for it. So there was some choice to be had. And I think Undertale maybe took a nod to that. That's about what I know from that. So yeah, Undertale is starting this weekend. For those of you that are in... I should just be using like universal time, but I'm so awful at it. And I know like it makes a lot of people freak out when they see that. UTC, oh man, I have to do a conversion. I mean, your phone can do a conversion for you. You just ask, you know, what is UTC, blah, blah, blah. In my time, Eastern time in the US, I start streaming at 1 a.m. on early Monday morning, which in my brain, I still see as Sunday. Because everything past Central Time, so Mountain Pacific and everyone else beyond that all the way to the Dateline, is seeing me on an early Sunday morning, which then turns into Sunday night. Late Sunday night, early Sunday morning. That is when the Undertale commences. So that's coming up very soon. I'm really excited. A lot of people have nostalgia and love and care for this game that is not by Nintendo. It's not a big name publisher, but still very much loved. Yeah. Far Cry Jimmy. What's going on? What's good in your hood? Hello, KK does edits. Do you? Are you an editor? Could I hire your services and your other services too? You'd have to ask my wife about that second part. Great song. The ones in Undertale or the one that we're listening to right now, which is just the Gridania theme from Final Fantasy XIV. It's a great song. I love Gridania. It's where I made my character. It's where I actually have like, I RP a little bit in Final Fantasy XIV. If anybody presses me on it, or if there's a fun scenario in which it comes up naturally. And as a result, I needed some sort of a backstory. And my backstory is that, you know, Gridania is where I ended up after fleeing the Empire. So I was originally part of the vast, originally evil empire of this game's storyline. And Gridania is my refuge. Undertow. Is that from Undertale? Or are you just mishearing what we were talking about? Tonight's topic, we're going to be playing some Final Fantasy XIV. I have a few other jobs. I'm trying to like level up and get to max level. So I'm working through some dailies and whatnot, just housekeeping sort of things, a regular thing. No MSQ spoilers for those of you that are afraid that you're not caught up with all the Dawn Trail stuff. I'm not either. I'm not all the way caught up, so I won't be doing a lot of that kind of stuff. But tonight's topic is what stuff you are afraid to say, or you feel is better if you don't say it, or you need to say it and you're not sure how, or you said it and now you're not sure whether it should have been said or not. Is there anything that you would just carry to the grave that you'd be like, you know what? I would rather never speak these words out loud because of the way it will make people feel, or the way it make me look, or whatever. And so you're just like, you know what? I could just take this to the grave with me. I don't need to say this to anybody ever. I'm just gonna keep my big mouth shut. That's the topic. Is what sort of theories of concepts of who we are and what we're about and how we relate to other people do we say, and how do we say them? What's tactful? What's considered a tactful thing to do to spit truth at somebody, and what way to package it? Versus, are you just being a big coward and you're not sharing with the world what you think because you're so afraid of how they're going to take it? Sometimes there's some knowledge in cowardice. So I might be painting it in a bad light, but there might be a real good reason why you don't want to come clean to certain things or share certain ideas you have with some people because of what it will irrevocably do to you, right? Or to them. Oh, it's a Tool song. You said Undertale, and you heard Undertow, and it made me think of it. Made you think of, I don't know if I know that song by name. We're being visited by an Oz. Everybody say hi to the streamer of Oz who's standing right in the light's direct path. What? I needed at that angle to deter theft. I needed at that angle so it doesn't turn me into Casper the Ghost streaming. No, I'm saying why don't you know? I don't know how. Bless you. Let's do a shout out for the streamer of Oz who came in here to say something and then has been completely derailed and is no longer doing the thing that looks like she started to do this evening, and instead is in I want to understand your light theory now. You can find her exclusively on twitch.tv.
Thank you, Dee, for the gift.
Well, I think I gifted her that game. It's live production here, folks. Welcome to the live production. The top of my list these days, because it's been a topic of lots going on up there. A topic of immediate direction and intervention with our crotch goblins is the word fat. If you came here through the Twitch push notification, you might have felt weird about it. For good reason. Deliberately. In our household, I look like I got queasy all of a sudden, or like I'm jaundiced. In our household, our two littles look more yellow than not. No, that's just the light. They speak two languages. They do. They speak English and they speak Mandarin Chinese. And in almost every instance, learning two languages growing up, speaking two languages readily, being completely handily bilingual for most all intents and purposes has been a gift. But first, let me pause and ask Oz why she is here. Hi.
I'm going to use the stove.
Oz is going to use the stovetop. Our brand new, unused stovetop.
Cook in our kitchen range too. And I'm only going to do these parts. I'm going to do no other part of it.
Okay.
I'm not going to make guacamole, do anything like that. Simply.
And then you're going to go to bed. That sounds good. I love that.
How do you
I look a little bit yellow to me, but maybe that's just because I've been looking.
I turned it down from 5,000 daylight.
Sure.
I turned it down to just about 5.
Chat.
5,000.
Okay. Chat, what do you guys think? Is this a natural human flesh tone, and I've just been staring at a absolutely paled out version of me in blinding, searing, awful light for too long? Or is this as yellow as my eyes make it feel to you guys too? How do we feel about the coloration? Help us navigate towards a best light for everything.
Is that better?
My brain wants to say, oh, actually, that did lessen the yellowing out.
Because I turned it up to 5,000 Kelvin.
It took the camera a minute. Either that or it's me back here and then up here. It's hard to say.
It is adjusting.
You being right there too. When I come back here to give you space, it's different. When I come up here, it's changing already. So that looks pretty good, I think.
I turned it down from level 50 brightness to level 10.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Can see your screen better?
Yes, I can see my screens better. I can actually look at the camera without going blind and then try to look at everything else with blind eyes. Don't forget what you're working on.
It is. So there are 5 up.
Yes.
Third one is on.
Okay.
Next one is brightness.
Okay. Okay.
If you want to.
Okay. Thank you. I might press you on that when I'm not live and making people wait for us to have a conversation they can't hear. Thanks, Oz. Well, thank you, Rush. I will gladly take you up on the triple self-care. I ask that you do the same. I don't really have snacks per se, but I have 2 different types of salsa that I can offer. You have to BYOC, bring your own chip. That's not probably common nomenclature, but I will do your triple self-care request, which is a hydration, a posture check, and a stretch as well. I made this particular channel point redemption in Twitch just for Rushdell, who would pop in and do 3 different separate requests of me almost every single time I streamed, and I just felt like it was too much heavy lifting. It just wasn't fair. So I made a channel point redemption just for our best bean. Guess I will consume your firstborn. Somebody else better step in, but I don't think Troa or Akumu are here yet, which are usually the folks that give you the most snack. So can I ask you to wait 4 hours, and then we'll see what snacks apparate? Your male firstborn, mind you. Oh.
You are my
I don't know if I like that either.
You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
Oz sent me a picture of the kitchen. Aw. You're breaking it in to catch everybody up. Oh, how the island lights look. Honestly, in the picture, they look good. They do look good. Yeah. Oz, do you have any snacks to offer our snack god, Brushtail? Yeah, for those of you not in the loop who are coming to us for the first time or just who haven't caught up with the lore of things, you like these so much better? I think I do too. Yeah, it was significant improvement. We had basically a total kitchen demolish, even an open wall at one point in our kitchen, and the contractor that we had fell through, and so basically had a total breakdown, mental breakdown, maybe physical breakdown, financial breakdown. I think he's fled. I think he's filing for bankruptcy, which also means if there's any money left in the open for his services, it's gone. You can't get it back, not even through legal work. He's discharged his debts. And something else needed to happen for us to actually have just a working kitchen, just plumbing that flows with water, a dishwasher that we used to have plugged in that then sat in the garage for more than, for almost 2 years, maybe a year and a half. Just lots and lots of bathtub and laundry basin, dishwashing, convenience foods, budget destroying methodologies to try to get us through any given day without overbearing us with tasks or just overloading ourselves with tasks, because without a kitchen, everything takes longer. All of the kitchen stuff has to be stored in some other part of the house. You don't realize how much a kitchen holds of your personal belongings until you cannot use any of that storage because that room doesn't exist. And so where do all of the things that live in a kitchen live when they don't live there? Well, they have to live in other storage areas or other just random places on floors and corners and boxes and stuff. And that puts a stress on every other single system in the entire house and all of our spare time, because things just take longer. We don't have a lot of spare time. So our kitchen is near completion after a long and bumpy ride. There's more stuff, but some of it can't be shared on stream, or it's boring, or we can talk about it separate. But we're finally getting to a place where we might see some a new act in our lives coming very soon. I have Fritos and spicy bean dip, and Rush will take the Fritos. Whew. Our firstborn male, whomever that is, whenever that is, if ever that is safe again, at least until the next time I stream. Rush, we really appreciate you here. Thanks for being here. So I had gotten started talking about the bilingual nature of the kiddos. Yeah. Let's switch scenes. Let's cue for something while we talk about this. So I want to get some of my mathematics out of the way while the night's still young. Let's go into healing, and let's do... This is the best gear I have, right? And let's do alliance raids while the getting's still good. The lovely thing about being bilingual is you have two different ways to look at the world. It's more than just unlocking different people. I feel a lot of folks can use their phones or translation apps, or depending on the country you're in, that country might just be a little more heavy-handed about having a certain language spoken there. So you're probably okay just speaking one language. It's getting to be less of a superpower to be a polyglot, but it still has its benefits. And one I really do think is the ability to see the world through an English-speaking lens and a Chinese-speaking lens. They do lend different values and systems of thought on the world, depending on which language you're speaking. And one of those is the way that you address other people's physique. In an English-speaking country, by and large, when you're hanging out with a family member or a close friend, somebody that you can speak with a little less tact and a little more openness or vulnerability, you still have certain things that you ought to say or ought not to say based on that relationship. When it comes to physique, for example, you might say something positive about things that you see that are positive, but you have to be cautious. If somebody has been working out, they're a friend of yours, you haven't seen them in a while, and they look a little more buff than they used to, I think it's safe to say, you're looking strong. You're looking like have you been working out? That's a nice thing to say, right? Have you been working out, buddy? Because, yeah, kind of looks like you got some muscle going on. You look stronger, healthier. It might suck if they haven't, because you might be giving them a little bit of a backhanded compliment. They're like, no, I was sick last month. I'm really puffy. Hello, Stuart. So you do have to be a little bit careful about how you pay compliments. And you have to be careful about, when you're talking physique, the kind of compliments you dish out. Because physique may involve something you don't want to say, even if it's positive. What if your friends are trying to get pregnant and you see the lovely lady with a little bit more bump in the belly, and you're like, oh my goodness, so are you finally pregnant? And they're like, I had a really big breakfast burrito today and I'm just like carrying it, if you know what I mean. And you're like, oh, I shouldn't have said something about pregnancy. I don't feel good about that. Not a great look, is it? So it's still something where you got to be cautious about what you say. In English-speaking cultures, like commonly, generally. Chinese, however, is a little bit different. Stuart says, just finished a magic statue. Oh, cool. Literally just the pose she does in the character select. Okay, all right, that's cool. You're doing a lurk because of homework? Excellent. Thank you for the lurk support, and thank you for caring about yourself and your homework situation. Appreciate you on both of those fronts. I do try to act and say things with as much tact as possible while not speaking out things that I find rather common but someone else's doesn't. Has been the core of bringing several arguments and cost me dear friendships. That can be, a real fear that the way that we interact with other people could mean that they don't want to talk to us anymore, that they just want to end the relationship right there. They break it off because of how awful they've been made to feel. It sucks. It really sucks. Posted in pride. Thanks, Stuart. Yeah, I feel like that's spot on. Maybe the number one reason why people can be very nervous to say certain things. Because with the wrong person or the right person, you could severely affect the trajectory of the future of your relationship. Welcome back, Oz. Do we have gloves? Like, dish gloves?
Cooking restaurant.
Cooking in restaurant. I want to say yes, and if they were, they'd be somewhere in the laundry room. And if you can't find them there, then I want to say no. Because I don't know where else they would hide. I
I have multiple wounds on my hand from
yeah, I wouldn't know where to begin to try to find them. I would say use the dish gloves if you can. Okay. I'm not sure where else to go with that. Okay. I believe in you. So a funny thing about a lot of Chinese speaking culture is the idea of connecting with somebody's physique, especially changes in the physique, does not have to be just a positive comment on where you feel that they've been successful in losing weight or gaining muscle or looking healthier, and you just don't want to say anything about the negative. In Mandarin speaking circles, it can be very positive to just admit that you have seen something different about your friend or family member, period. It shows that you notice. It shows that you care. It shows that you're paying attention to who they are, who they were, what's been happening lately, and that you're checking in if you do see something different happening to them. So if somebody's gained a little bit of weight, if somebody's lost a little bit of weight, you say, hey, I've noticed this. In your noticing, maybe they can speak to, like, oh, yeah, that's part of it. I'm trying to do something here. And I'm proud of my progress so far. Or they might not have noticed about themselves. So, oh, you know what? Yeesh, well, thank you very much, Stuart. I didn't really catch on that something bad was happening to me until you said something. And now I'm keenly aware because of your noticing it within me. We often go through life navigating our own business, thinking that we know ourselves best. We are paying the most attention to our own lives, and that's simply impossible. There are just some times in our lives where the ability to follow the changes, the little subtle things about us, the emotional shifts, the negative habits we're starting to embark on, slip our grasp. We're already dealing with so many things. We were feeling bad in the first place. We've taken on new mental or emotional loads, and they can change a person in insidious ways that we don't catch on to until it's definitely too late. And at some point, we need another pair of eyes. We need our connectivity to other people to help keep us safe on the right course, hold us accountable for where we want to be. That stuff has to happen at some point. But in Chinese cultures, it can be okay to speak out when you see this kind of stuff happening. And so my kids have learned that it's okay to say in Mandarin whether or not they feel like they're seeing somebody who is becoming fat or has gotten fat. And the word fat doesn't carry an emotional overtone of, and you're a bad person. You make bad choices. You eat bad food, and we think badly of you for all of that. No, None of those. Speaking the word fat in Mandarin is simply an observation of where somebody's body is or has gotten to, with no implication of who they are with their values, what sort of person they're becoming or became. Just an idle observation. Now, if you mention that and the person's like, oh, yeah, I haven't been feeling good. I need some extra support. I don't know what's going on. And you're the first person to mention something. You could be a big help to that person. You could really help out by mentioning it out loud. So it's also perceived as a kindness. However, we live in a predominantly English-speaking area of the world, and our kiddos deciding to use that word in English, they have learned that there are some severe social implications. There just isn't the same level of tact when you use the word fat around almost anybody. Even a friend or family member to say something about their weight, unless it's positive. It has to be positive. If it's not positive, it's like you're not allowed to say it. And so our kids have learned that the word in Mandarin, pang, is a fine and safe word to say about yourself, your family, your friends, pretty much anybody. But the word fat in English is not safe, and they might as well just see it as a bad word. We might get there eventually, where we, as a culture, decide it's not the case to mention something about somebody's physique and that they'll immediately go on the defensive. Maybe someday, but for now, it's just not safe. So we tell them that's basically a bad word. You basically can think it but not say it out loud. It's weird. It's weird for them to have a code swap where in one language it's fine, comfortable, and in fact even polite to show that you care enough to comment on somebody's physique, that you've been paying attention to how they're doing. And in another language within the same cultural area that they live is absolutely unacceptable and can be taken as a grave insult. Almost no matter what way you decide to voice it. You could use so many weasel words around it. Like, oh, everything okay? You just got like a little bit extra to love, or like just you're a little chubbier than last I saw. Not anything bad, just is this part of a plan, like a dietary? Are you going for a certain look? Like, there's almost no way in English to say it without you putting the other person on some sort of defensive. What do you mean? What do you mean you noticed I've gained any weight at all? What do you mean you're looking at my stomach? And that it's not going in the only direction that is acceptable in our culture, which is in is the only way we're allowed to talk about it. And unfortunately, this became a point of conversation with the kiddos because while the little has not gotten in any trouble speaking her mind from a Mandarin standpoint, the tiny has. The tiny met a random kid at the park and was like, this kid's tummy is rounder than other kids that I know, and I'm going to comment on it. It's, and she used the English word fat. And that kid ran and told her mom, and that mom ran and found us and said, it's fine this time. I just want you to know that she's using words like this. And then we had to figure out, how do you navigate a space where a word like fat is perfectly acceptable in one linguistic center in a child's brain and not in the other? It's weird, right? To have a bad word in one language that's not a bad word in the other. But that's the case. But what do you guys think? Do you have any situations in which there are things you want to say, ideas you want to get across? Maybe it's unsafe to do so in our culture. Maybe it's a bad idea to talk about certain things. You wish it weren't. Or you wish certain things would be off the table. You wish some people had more tact about certain topics. Sometimes things are out in the open culturally that you wish weren't. I don't know that anybody really comes at me with terms that I feel uncomfortable hearing from them. Usually, even if somebody's trolling me, trying to troll me, trying to mess with my head, especially when I'm live streaming, you lovely beasts, you. I can slough it off because I know what it's like to be on the anonymous side of things, especially when you're younger and using the internet. You can just type into a text field and hit send. And there's no social implications. Nobody's going to come and like try to punch you for saying something rude. You could bully and say crazy things all day and depict yourself in wild ways because maybe your screen name doesn't link back to you and you're just going to delete the account, or if an account gets banned, you don't even care. And if you hurt somebody's feelings or put them off of public relations for a while because they feel bullied or upset, or you've made them want to hurt themselves, that's okay because you're going to leave and go do something else immediately after. Bullying and the way that you use tact and lack thereof has very much changed since the internet. So when people try to get at me, especially through text alone, I get it. I understand how abstracting it is because nothing on the internet feels real. You close the window that you're receiving your information from or you're connecting with somebody on, and then it just disappears as a problem. Unless that person also goes to your school or job and then sees you in person. Then you might get punched. No, I'm just kidding. It could be different then. The stakes do change depending on who you're interacting with. Yeah. All right. So we're one daily down. Do we do either of these in... I feel like 15 is low to get... Maybe just main scenario also. So what I might do is go through and do level cap as a lower healer. Then I'm actually still leveling. Scholar and Sage are like neck and neck. Oh, we can't do level cap because it's level cap. I'm so dumb. Level cap's level cap. You have to be 100 to do them. Let's do it as Astro and get my stuff. Why are things so low? That's my brand new ring. Why is it hurting so bad? That's funny. It's like I shield myself with my one ring hand all the time. I just got that ring and it's like already needs repairs. I've started to enter an era of my life where maybe I have so few friends after the pandemic, or so many people are so busy with their personal lives that I feel more disconnected. We moved to another state from the one I'd been living in for so long in my life. Oh, leap of faith. Crap. Let's do a leap of faith instead. We'll withdraw from this. While it's here, while we can we do this as somebody without petticoats? I'm missing some gear in this particular. There we go. Because of that isolation in so many different ways, I feel like I've less commodified relationships, connections, friendships, all that. They're not a commodity anymore. Everybody matters to me as an individual and as a person. And so I feel braver to address people directly with things that I feel are needing to be said. If I feel like somebody's acting a certain way and they haven't been regularly, I speak up about it and let them know. I notice a shift in your emotional connection. I notice you're using some unfair words to describe a scenario, or that your takes on things have changed dramatically. I bring that kind of stuff up more openly and more quickly than I used to. I don't mind as much if I'm putting something at risk, like a relationship, if I feel like it means that the air gets cleared, if that makes sense. People need to hear when they have upset me. And I'm not just going to shoulder the burden of discomfort on my end to maintain a relationship or friendship with that person. And that's made me a little bit calloused, I think. I definitely speak more like I don't care, and more what some people would consider rude or unfiltered than those around me that are used to interfacing with me, or those around me that remember me a certain way, because I've taken this on more and more over time. But it's really opened up a lot of connection, a lot of emotional interactions with people that wouldn't have happened if I had stayed tactful and those words and emotions weren't shared. Made some tasty chicken Alfredo and added some sauteed mushrooms. Nice, nice, nice. How's it feel to, I don't know. What was I going to say? How's it feel to make food? I think is what I was going to say. In my brain, I'm like, I still miss having like a full-fledged kitchen. Oz is trying out our stove for the first time. It's like a construction war zone in that room that will eventually be a kitchen. But she's like, I think that you can turn the stove on. I'm going to try to do it. And hopefully don't screw with people. Like, there's plastic tarps and stuff over things. So we have to be mindful about what gets too hot or what gets wet and that kind of stuff, because not everything's sealed or ready to go. But she's ready to use a kitchen, and I don't blame her one bit. So good on you using your kitchen like normal people. I guess not everybody cooks. Oh, that guy's just like floating in midair. It's funny. The clipping on some of these small floating dandelion seed platforms. It's kind of weird. Me cooking is mostly just air frying stuff. Okay. All right. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah. I should say, too, that me being emotionally vulnerable with people isn't always a negative thing that results in conversations that are hard to have with people. I think some conversations are easier to have with people, but we get nervous about having them, or we have other hangups as to why we don't or shouldn't talk to people in a certain way. And one of those I feel is having like strong emotional connectivity to friends. A lot of people have friends and they say nice things to their friends, like, hey, I really value our friendship. Or I just have a good time hanging out with you, or whatever. You say little things here and there. We don't always say to the depth of the emotion that you feel, like, hey, you emotionally regulate me. Without you, I have a harder time, and so I don't need you in my life, but I'm way better for having you in my life. That makes things a little deeper and heavier. Or you could even go as far as to say things that you really feel on your mind, like, hey, I know we're both in different relationships, but at one point I thought things might have worked out with you, but I'm glad that they didn't, because you're a very valuable friend. What if they didn't even know that you had feelings about them before? That's a big openness. even if you're closing a door at the same time. Imagine telling one of your friends, I felt a way about you, but I'm glad it worked out this way, that, you know, we're friends now instead. That can also feel kind of insulting. Maybe that person had certain feelings about you, and now they're like, oh, well, that's cut off, isn't it? But maybe for the better if it is. Maybe for the better that some things are said out loud, and that you're not scared to share in that really heavy way. Man, just a couple dead cards there. And as a result, I like to, where I can, say what's most deepest on my mind. If I have a profound emotion about something, whether that's profoundly negative and I need somebody to hear it, because otherwise, how are you going to deal with it? How are you going to come to light? Or how are they going to clear the air if you feel a certain way, but you're not willing to say it out loud? How would they know to say, oh, you know, you've got this wrong? Let me correct your perception, if they don't know what your perception is. Or you might really change somebody's heart, make them feel better about themselves if they were to hear something positive today. And who better to hear that really big positive thing from than one of their best friends, than a good close friend and companion like you. And you've decided that you're brave enough to share it with them. Changes the course of their week. Changes what they do this year with themselves, because they feel inspired by something that you've decided to share with them after all. Could be important. But I'm also open to, and I try to tell my friends this, I don't think it necessarily pans out into anything. Sometimes open invitations are still met with somebody's internal fear on, you know, what they have as far as hangups and what they feel is tactful versus not. But I do try to invite and encourage my friends to look at our friendship with the same openness that I present. That if they have a question or something that they want to share, that it's always going to be positive if we talk about things more openly and they ask questions more directly to me, that then I can address them and maybe clear the air or share or feel inspired by something that they want to say. To try to encourage my friends to be as fearless as I've been adopting recently. Like I said, I've mentioned that, but I think the majority of my friends just think I'm a little bit extra. Like, okay, D, hey, sure, buddy. Yeah, I'll let you know. And then it just doesn't come out that way. They don't feel that same level of comfort of sharing wildly open ideas about themselves or big negative feelings about who they are. So, and a lot of my friends come from backgrounds, cultural backgrounds, where it is more polite to wait and carefully pick and choose what to say when, because it's the relationship matters more. It's really the relationship between two people that is worth protecting. If that makes sense. Wait, why did it say things that are at 100%? Oh, there, repair. Everything in my inventory. Do it all. Repair it all. And I feel like a lot of this, for me, has been a West Coast US versus East Coast US concept. Although I'm starting to learn that in the South is profoundly different from like mid-Atlantic coast sort of folks. I spent a lot of time in California, and in that time that I've spent, I feel like I've learned that tact, i.e. the concept of being so careful about what you say, that you want to maintain the friendships, that it makes the most sense to be sensitive to others' feelings and emotions well before you actually hurt them. That you just leave certain things unsaid, or you don't connect in certain ways, or you ghost people in order to not have the negative connection. I've had girls I've been interested in dating or pursuing in a relationship ghost me because they don't want the negative conversation of, hey, I think we're just not a fit for each other and we shouldn't connect in this way. Yeah, I hope you have a great time. Some of that too is also bred from getting involved with toxic males that could be very, very negative to hearing that sort of information presented to them, and then they cause a bigger problem than if you just ghost them and hope that they leave that way. Which sucks. But in a lot of cases, if somebody doesn't want to come to something, they'll say that they will. You know, you want to throw a party or get together or gather folks for helping you move or whatever, and people want to be likable. In California, there's a strong culture of just like me, please. And so people will say, I'll be at that party. I'll go and help you move. I'll do the thing. I'll be there for you. I want you to think of me as reliable and present. And then they will not, and they won't return calls or texts when you ask them where they are or what's going on. And then later on, they'll come up with a story, you know, something, oh, you know, something came up or I was so busy, or, oh my gosh, I passed out. I'm so sorry. I was like dead asleep. But it happens with so many disparate people so often, and it becomes culturally impactful that this is the way that people engage, that California's become a let's do lunch culture. And by let's do lunch, I mean a culture in which people say, I really like you. I want to spend time with you. I think we're valuable together. And I want to show you how much I care and that I'm a caring person. And we should have lunch together. And then they never call you. They take down all your information. They take down your number. They have you in their list of friends that they will never contact. And they did the thing. They made you feel good there in that moment. And then they'll probably never see you again. So it's probably okay that they made the commitment to you then, because you're not going to hold them to task later on. Nobody else does anyway. If you're one of those people that texts and is like, you know, I gave you my number and then you just never called back and we never hang out and we never blah, blah, blah. You're seen more as needy and off-puttingly clingy and too direct for a lot of people, and you'll push them away for being that way, unless it's very reciprocal. If two people are really on fire about each other, they'll let each other know, even in California. But a lot of times, if it's unrequited, the person that feels strongly about the other will not actually hear that there's a disparity. They'll never hear those words. They'll never hear, you know, I just don't like you, I think, at the same capacity that you like me, and I don't think we'll be hanging out. You don't hear that in California. Everybody's too much of a coward. Whereas on the East Coast, specifically the Mid-Atlantic area where I grew up a good section of my life, people don't waste time on dead-end relationships or gathering people in your phone that you're never going to call. It's much more common to say, like, hey, I think you're a big asshole and I don't think we get along that well. Or I heard you say something about one of my best friends and I just don't think we're a good vibe or a fit. I don't like you. Or going forward, I don't think we're going to hang out. It's seen as more rude and off-putting to some outsiders that they would talk in such a capacity, in such a way that makes you feel like you could hear negativity in your day. You could have somebody emotionally, energetically cut things off with you or say something negative that they perceived about you without the tact filter. That can be harmful to some people. Feel triggering, feel bad. but you don't waste time. You're not spending significant amounts of years connecting with people, sending blank texts back and forth with folks that ultimately end up being a dead end, maintaining a relationship or a friendship well beyond its utility to both people. If you don't like each other, it comes to air a lot sooner. And I think I've always preferred this methodology because you still are nice when you need to be nice, but you don't use nice everywhere, like bringing a sledgehammer to brain surgery with over niceness. And then nothing gets said and no important conversations get had and nobody ever knows what anybody thinks about each other, except for empty platitudes. When I hear people say nice things about me, it almost just rolls off of my back like a duck in rain, because I've spent so much time hearing polite conversation where people will look for the nice thing to say about me that I almost crave when people find something wrong with me or disapprove of something, that they just openly share it, that they just connect and say, you know, it sucks that you act like this. It's one of the better parts, in my opinion, of my relationship with Oz is sometimes there's a pause before we go down that path, but she's brave, even though a Southern California native, brave to the point of this sucks, but it has to be said. I'm in an emotional state right now, and I feel like maybe I'm going to be unfair with what I'm about to say, but I'm going to say it. Nothing fixes that scenario better, by the way, than just admitting it. Like, I haven't eaten today and I feel cranky, but I want to say something to you. And that puts things in context. Then maybe the person you say the thing to can go, oh, well, yeah, but you're cranky, so I'll only take it at like 50% if they're capable of doing so. So in a lot of ways, I feel tact hurts and wastes time and creates a prestige, a veneer, a lie that's maintained so that people don't feel like they receive as much negativity in their day. And I'm not saying go shopping and go emotionally dump on an experience that you're having with a retail employee. They're trapped at work. They probably don't want to talk to you, but they're being paid to. And you probably don't need to tell them about your entire day and how their company's policies have made you feel and where you're going to take your money in the near future because of how upset you are with current policies that they didn't enact. Sometimes openness needs filters. Yeah. I don't remember there being cutesy music here. Is that because there's a holiday right now? Or did they change it so that there's always music playing here so that the dancers aren't just looping dance emoji in the middle of nothing? Oh, this one. This one's fun in its own sort of way. Let's see how well I remember these fights, though. I've only been here a couple times. And I feel like sometimes that can be to my detriment to not quite remember 100% how to do things. Would you look at that? Such good deeps, I suppose. I had a very little to heal because everything just died so fast. I love the theme park vibe of this part of the game. It's got just such a fun feeling compared to everything else that sometimes serious and I feel like movies get this problem too. Sometimes serious can be boring, bereft of drama, bereft of color palette, just lacking interest in a lot of ways. Oh my. You see this with superhero stuff too, since we've been talking a lot about superheroes lately, with Marvel Rivals and my kiddos watching some of their first Marvel Universe movies. The older the movie, I feel like there is more openness to portraying color palettes in a certain intense, heroic way. And newer movies focus very much on the real feeling. How much of a buy-in do you have of this world? Does it feel like my actual world? Uh-oh. Ooh, don't touch those. I still got hit? Rude. That means no casting for me for a hot moment. Alright, we need to be much more cautious of these dumb cat heads. They take you right out of the fight for far too long. I don't like all you cats. Go away. Go away. No. Don't touch me. No, don't also touch me. Oh, this is not great. Ooh. I'm sorry I can't heal you. Thank goodness they've seen the cat head. They know my issues. My issues with lack of being able to dodge things. Get away from those cats. Nah, you're kidding me. Every single time. Every single time I've got a dumb cat head on my head. I'm the worst. Please don't touch me. Please stop touching me, cats. Cat kings and queens. Ugh. I found the safe place to stand for once. Uh-oh. But not for long. About to get AoEs dropped on me. Alright, cool. Look like you were fighting the ghosts from Casper. There are some, like, definite nods to other culture, I think, in a lot of Final Fantasy things. But you're probably not wrong with the way these ghosts are designed. They got a certain cute family movie vibe to them. I've never actually seen the Casper movie. Is it good? Do people actually like it? Or is it just not really worthwhile? Casper is one of those things that I knew existed in the back of my head. It was like, oh, those are like old comic books, like Archie comics, right? Or Richie Rich. These are American endemic cultural ideas that I have somewhere in the back of my head, but I've never pursued knowing about them. I don't go out and buy vintage comic books or watch movies based on, I don't know, old stuff. Unless it's based on something old and I just never knew. Oh. Forgot about that. That little gotcha. Oh my. We're taking big heat, big damage right now. Oh, we're much better off. Good. Our deeps are so fast. Right when I feel like I've gotten enough heals down where I can start adding to the DPS, the monsters are already dead. Do you have any Final Fantasy monster creatures you like in particular? I've always been sort of, I don't know, monster or creature. I guess I care more often about the characters, like good guys and bad guys in a story, than I do about the monsters within. Am I standing in the safe place? No, I'm not. I am not. That was a very unsafe place. I like the idea of many different monsters. I feel like something that Square did right in a lot of its games was introducing people, especially young people, to mythologies and folklores. Like, here's a creature character from oh really? Nope. That was bad. That was real bad. How dare I follow those people thinking it's safe over in that direction? Well, there's no point in staying dead, is there? So I like all of the nods to Indian folklore and Greek mythology and Scandinavian and Norse pantheon, and they just kind of go everywhere. They studied and learned so much about so many different mythological backgrounds, and they're not afraid to go a little bit everywhere. You learn about Japanese and Chinese myth and Western ideas, and it's just everything. That's fun, but that also means that I don't know that any one enemy or creature particularly stands out. I might have just been kind of pervy when I was younger, but I always liked enemies that were like hot chicks with scantily clad, pixelated bodies. But that's about as exciting when you're a young kid as, I don't know, like trying to look at the underwear section in a catalog. It's only gets you so far. Casper is pretty good. I still enjoy it today. When I was young, I was a fan of Christina Ricci. I don't know if she's done anything recently. I'm just out of a lot of media loop, so I don't follow a lot of people's careers these days. I'm busy with so much working on my own right now. But younger me really enjoyed following Christina Ricci's trajectory. That's one that I never saw. Not sure if it's nostalgia, though. It's hard to say. Yeah, I always want to get somebody who I feel has my tastes, has my same interests, but has never seen something that I've seen, and then bounce ideas off of them to see if it's me or them. Or not me or not just me, I guess I mean to say. But that's pretty rare. It's pretty rare that I meet somebody with similar tastes as mine that also hasn't seen something I've seen. Because if you have my taste, you probably are also following the same cultural trends and icons and games and movies that I have in the past too. Every once in a while, though. When it comes to Stuart, I feel like Stuart has seen everything I've ever seen in my entire life, and then lots more besides. So I would never be able to share anything new with him, ever. Correct me if I'm wrong there. We have an Oz coming once again. Just straight up killing zoo animals, you monster. Listen, I didn't sick them on me. There's some sort of demonic ringleader that does this, leads the pacing of this dungeon. Hi. Oz is already all done with meal prepping. Good stuff.
It didn't take you that long when you have a freaking kitchen to do it in.
Yeah, I feel like kitchens really do make short work of food, as it turns out. Who'd have thunk? We had to live without one for as long as we have to learn this simple truth. I feel like we can write a clickbait article. Things the kitchen industry don't want you to know. This simple trick upsets anybody without a kitchen.
Wow. What do they call that right now?
Right. I love this guy's character design. He is so cute and appropriately spooky at the same time. He would be great as a Stuffy. He looks
So huggable.
fuzzy and, yeah, nice and lovable.
In
I don't know where his fire goes.
you know, where the orange places are.
I don't trust following the people in my group because they killed me in the last boss fight doing that.
You trust the tunnels the boss gives you.
I'm not watching. I'm looking at you out of the corner of my eye because you're here, like, up in my streaming space.
That's not how you should do that.
You're up in my streaming space, so my aura is paying attention to you being in a place that you usually aren't. Hi. Ward against spirits. I know what to do there.
Well, I'm gonna go get
Sounds good.
kick Little out of our bed.
Ah, Little is still hanging out with us, huh? Or in our space.
I would like to stay in.
I did basically cuddle her to oblivion.
Oh, you absolutely did. It was like, it was a total KO.
Mm-hmm.
So,
All right, everybody say goodnight to Oz.
don't forget to put your gift away.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. Word against living. Whoops. Okay. I'm a ghost. I'm a ghost. Uh-oh. Our tank was not a ghost. Whoops. Whoops. It's fine. We don't need a tank for this fight, do we? Just kidding. I think it's my job to make sure that he's handy. Have a ghost tethered on me? We do. Alright, bear with me while I do a little bit of recovery stuff here. I already wasted some of my... Oh, whoops. Oh, that's not good. Ward against living. I'm just going to stay dead. I have 2 Vuln stacks. It's not terrible. I did the thing. Alright, everybody come here. Help me survive this. Why can I not target our enemy? There we go. More ghost tether. Walk away from them as far as possible. Changes the tether. I always like the designs of Leviathan in the Final Fantasy series. I like Leviathan okay. I don't think there's anything that specifically draws me about a water elemental creature or ice or fire or anything like that. They're all neat in their own way. And what I like maybe the most is just that there's so many different elements portrayed. In that regard, I just like that there are so many different creatures. Like there is a fire and a poison and an air, and each Final Fantasy sort of reinterprets those creatures or gods or demigods or whatever they are, so that you do engage with sort of a different feeling world while also sensing kind of a passing of the baton between or across games. High level dungeons needs a tank. Good, because we have plenty of tanking to do as well. And that should be pretty quick. Queue times. Yeah, Leviathan's okay. To me, it's the greater pantheon. It's just the fact that they do have so many elementals. It's fun seeing things classified with different elements. You're wrong. You showed me Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. That was me? Oh, I guess that was. By the way, got my coworker hooked on it too. Showed him the first episode at the end of one night, and he came to work the next day saying he watched 4 more episodes. That wasn't from me originally, though. I can't say I can take the blame in having found Dark Place on my own. It's my friend Sanch, who we call Sanch because of Dark Place. Sanch got me onto the Mighty Boosh, and when I watched every single episode of Mighty Boosh, I was like, that was awesome. He's like, okay, well, there's also Dark Place if you were interested. And then I watched all of those too. Yeah, Dark Place is just one of those great things, especially with the newfound fame of stories like Alan Wake. I feel like Alan Wake is a strong nod to a certain era of spooky, sci-fi, creepy tales of, you know, part detective, part spoopy sort of stuff. And Dark Place was a great satire on that genre and how poorly done the 80s production values and spend on everything was, as far as that whole genre went for a while. Oh. We don't have any gap closers. Okay. Well, at least we have this. Can we get a whole bunch of aggro right now? And then run? And then run. You can deal with it themselves. I'm going to get myself killed 100%. For sure. Absolutely demolished right now because our healer is not going to be able to keep up. Run. Get to the healer. Oh, they really hate me now. They are displeased at what I've done. Why have you done this, tank? Why are you making me sweat and stress? It's a bad fever. Bad fever dream in the middle of Snowcloak. No, we're fine. Look, no deaths. No deaths. Oh, that guy's aggro on the wrong person, though. I left the stovetop fan on for low. Can you set an alarm to turn it off in like 30 minutes? I will try to remember to do that. Because right now, I cannot set an alarm. So once I'm out of this dungeon, hopefully my memory serves. And I can set that alarm. Not sure if Oz told you, but I decided to replay Control. You know who told me is your wife. She let me know that you were back on the Control thing. How are you liking it? When was the last time you played that game? Played it on PS4 originally, got the PS5 upgrade for free some time ago. Going through and seeing how many achievements I can get before the next game I want to play comes out. Nice. Yeah, Control was definitely one of those games that I feel like the pacing had issues. The game felt like it wasn't evenly distributed in difficulty level. And so initially, somebody who had never played another Remedy game before that one, I was kind of upset at it for some time. And then things got better later on. And I've definitely played games like that. I feel like it's not uncommon for game designers to have some great ideas and a concept of the difficulty curve they want to have in a game. And either their playtesters don't notice it, they don't think it's a big enough deal to change, or something happens that the game gets released in fashion where I believe it's just not... It's not fair. It doesn't... Things just don't happen with the curve of difficulty that I expect them to. And that can feel frustrating. It definitely, to me, felt frustrating. Oh, these guys. I need to get them out of the snow. And still survive. Out of that blizzard area, that just does like persistent damage. I also feel like a lot of deeps don't realize how much more damage the ice sprites do, and they end up focusing everything that's bigger. This area also has these big Hrimthur creatures, and they look like they're a big threat when it's really the ice sprites that do maximal damage. Also, I'm out of defensive cooldowns right now, which is not terrific. Not a terrific place to be right now as I'm taking immense damage. There's one cooldown that just came back. This healer hates me. They're probably cursing me under their breath. They're not typing, but they're unhappy with me. Because I'm pushing them hard. Okay, you can rest, you can relax. It's just a boss. Interesting fact about Final Fantasy XIV dungeons is bosses do significantly less damage than trash. So if you get into trash fights and you take them slow, you're not going to have too much of an issue getting through a dungeon. But the meta for people's to honor their time and commitment and get them on to doing other bigger, better things, tanks are often encouraged by the community to pull as many trash monsters as they can, as the game will let them in a given area. And doing so, they do significantly more damage when all stacked up together like that. I shouldn't say that the trash fights do a lot of damage on their own, but because of the meta of bringing so many together all into one big fight so that the DPS can AoE them down really, really fast, that's where the meta starts to really hurt healers and really take their toll on maybe tanks that don't have the same equipment. But that also makes, once you get used to that level of how much damage you're taking and how much the healer has to heal, once that's your accommodation, then the boss fights really do feel easier. So, there's only this one guy. He does a lot more damage than a single trash enemy, but he does a lot less damage than a ton of trash enemies all squished together. Oh, I forgot to empty out my poetics. And I'm officially full on poetics now. I have Hua with me here. Tepes. That sounds like a Final Fantasy last name for some reason. Oh, isn't Tepes Vlad the Impaler, or the original Dracula? Isn't Tepes his last name? I think I remember where I've heard that last name before. It's not Final Fantasy at all. Well, it is. I think there's some Dracula lore in Final Fantasy games, right? Whoops. Didn't mean to hit that one. Whoops. I used my defensive can't kill me oh shit button accidentally. That almost never happens. I'm having fun and... Oh, hang on. We have a third enemy here. And a fourth. Alright, let's get you all grouped up. Having fun, and I feel like I'm able to go through it much faster and get lost far less. That was a component, too. The difficulty curve was one aspect of the game that I thought was frustrating. But honestly, yeah, I'd spent a lot of time in control lost. Like, kind of, the game tells you what you ought to be doing next, I feel often enough. But that also doesn't mean you know where to go or how to get somewhere where the game wants you to go. And that part felt pretty frustrating because I feel like I spent a lot of time wasting time not having an idea of what I'm supposed to be doing. It sucks, but it's something that's immediately rectified with your next playthrough. Will these guys turn around? So rude. For like a really long time. I also feel like Remedy games are decidedly different than a lot of other games, so it's probably harder to test games like it when there aren't very many games like those. The Sam Lake universe, somebody called them too. The Sam Lake games. I feel like when you inevitably play it again, that you will enjoy it more for the same reasons. I might be harsher criticizing the parts that I feel are not adequately helping players, though. Because there's one thing, and I feel like... I'm just going to say what immediately came to mind. Oh, shit. That's what immediately came to mind, because I just let myself get deep frozen. Whoops. Whoops. I thought I was out of that, and then I wasn't. Oh, and I don't have any defensive cooldowns for this. No. That's okay. What immediately came to mind is, you know how some boomers say they don't want the student loan situation fixed in any way that feels unfair to them? Because if they had to pay predatory loans that they opened up when they were 17 and didn't understand the full ramifications of the financial burden that they were taking on, and then it led to decades of financial problems for them trying to get back into being a contributing member of the community, well, other people should get it too. I think is the... If I had to suffer it, you should have to suffer it. I believe that the same hard pains and labors and grit and determination that I had to do, I believe that kids have it too soft, and you need to make them have some hard knocks for them to appreciate things in life. Basically, the boomer mentality that if I suffered, you should suffer too. If I have bad things happen in my life, then my children should have the same bad things. I shouldn't want a better life for them. I should want the same suffering that I had because it made me such a damn good person. Now I'm going to relate it back in such an unfair way that I feel like if I play through Control, or literally any other game, if I ever played it back again and I thought that something was unfair to noobs, and then I come back as somebody who knows exactly what I'm doing in the game, and I blow through that mechanic because I'm like, well, that was really easy. You know, now that I know what to look for, now I know how the puzzle's solved, coming back to it, it's so easy. I'm going to try going forward, if I do ever play any games that I've streamed before, to look at it from a fresh lens, to look at it from the newbie eye. Maybe the Remedyverse games really aren't the worst offenders in this particular sphere, but I will gladly call out the games that are, which I think are the Myst series of games. I believe the Myst series of games are just really painfully obvious that to a new player, they have a very different vibe. New people interact with the Myst games in ways that cannot be understood almost by the people that are looking back on the game series with nostalgia. In other words, you will never perceive the game correctly after you've beaten it, because all the puzzles will feel more fair because you know the answers. Knowing the answer to a puzzle makes it immediately more fair in your eyes, because you're like, well, yeah, I kind of see where the developers, what they were thinking or where the nod is. You can kind of see the clues here. Like it makes sense. You just have to, you have to think about it. You have to see it in a little bit of a different light, and you'll see it'll all make sense, or it all clicks, or there's like an underlying theme that you'll catch on to. Newbies don't, and they won't. Not with the Myst games. The Myst games are very cryptic, and the type of guessing that you have to do, the way that the devs thought and came together with puzzles is so distinct. It's so different that you really do struggle to think like they do, or to decide that the flow of the mental flow for a certain solution works for you. It works for you once you know the answer. And I had many a time where I felt like that's just completely unfair, or like the testing that they did was probably because it was two brothers originally with the first Myst game. I feel like it's like a culture bound. Well, they're both brothers and they both think like each other a little bit more than other people do. And so you get this vibe like one brother had a cool idea for a puzzle and shared it with the other brother, and the other brother was like, that's a cool idea. And then they didn't check with anybody else that thinks differently than them. I think it's cool. You think it's cool. Well, if two people think it's cool, that's enough people, and we don't have to go forward checking with anybody else. We both say it's cool, therefore it is. I will say the map they give you doesn't always show what level you're on very well and doesn't always help. Maybe that's something they could patch in, especially in the PC version of the game, where you can make changes to things. I do not feel that a mapping system that needs to have a lot of verticality built in, and Control has a lot of verticality. I don't feel like you could do that and have a really flat map like they do, and for that to be okay. There needs to be some sort of solution, especially for like a big bureau place. It's supposed to be like a governmental, right? Like secret government agency. Other people have solved for complex mapping systems with a lot of verticality already very well. And I feel like the fact that the map is so poorly designed is almost intentional to like get you lost and eke out more time. Like, well, you know, Control is really this many hours of gameplay, but a significant portion of why it's so many hours of gameplay is because you will spend X amount of time not sure how to get places that are a direct result of the bad map. And they're not the worst offender there. That's a very minor complaint in an otherwise pretty cool game, where there are definitely other games where they're much more offensive in that particular regard. I.e., they deliberately force you to spend lots of hours doing bullshittery because they know that without the bullshittery, there's not enough hours of gameplay. There was a puzzle for the life of me I couldn't solve in my first playthrough. I think it was just being lazy with it. I had no issue solving this time, even though I had no recollection of it from the time before. I could give you and the game developers the benefit of the doubt, but I also could say, maybe to give you more credit, that once you play through a game and you get to know how the developers think, that you might have solved something that would have been so much harder the first time, because now you kind of know what Remedy does with puzzle creation. You've played so many Remedy games now. It's become a certain way of thinking, a certain style of solving for unknowns that they've programmed you a bit. Maybe. I might be going off the deep end here, though. I will say they make a big deal of how the oldest house is tough to navigate in the canon of the world, even in the best conditions. Yeah, but that shouldn't be a maps issue. That they should make it so that the level like changes. Like Layers of Fear has a house that you feel like you understand the bounds of the house until you start playing the game, and then you spend most of the game completely lost and confused about how anything connects. And in that game, it's very much part of the storytelling that they did that for you. But that also might be a sign of... Stuart, thank you for your heavy lifting tonight. That also might be indicative of the type of game engine used too. And maybe because Control is also on consoles, it doesn't have the same flexibility to, say, let you run through the same door forwards and backwards and take you to two different areas on a map. Maybe I'm underselling console, though. I haven't owned a modern console in such a long time that there is a strong chance that I am unfair to consoles about what they can and can't do, what they should and shouldn't be able to do. I mean, I even got cut off on Oz's stream for trying to diatribe too deeply into the control scheme inside of like tournament gaming or professional gaming, competitive gaming. And I probably won't spend my stream trying to talk about that stuff either, frankly. It being hard to get around makes more sense. I think there's still ways you could do that. Uh-oh, this guy's gonna die. Ooh, I almost let this poor warrior die in this encounter because I was paying too much attention to our topic at hand. What they ought to do for a world build where the level itself, the entire area that you're in, is tricky to navigate, is make the map shift or change without telling you or without giving you any signs or indications that it would do so. Then maybe even for the first few acts of the game, if they're subtle enough about it, you might be gaslighting yourself, right? You're like, I looked at the map before. This was not a wall. This was a hallway. But now it's a wall. You can't get through here. But I swore I walked through here before. And they do it like really quietly, really subtly at first so that it's almost imperceivable. And then over time, it becomes more and more apparent. Like, no, the map is actually like messing with me. This is awful. And then you feel like you can't trust even something that most people trust in a game is, well, if I'm lost, I can at least open up the map, right? But having a map that just doesn't do three-dimensionality very well, that's not in my opinion, not a good enough excuse. Trials. I keep going as Scholar, or do I want to keep going back and forth between Scholar and Sage? Let's keep going back and forth. We'll raise them both together. We'll grow two different jobs together. Well, I mean, interleaved, because you can't be two jobs at the same time in this game. I believe there are... Now, I remember playing Final Fantasy V, and there was the option to sort of wear a jobless job where you can then pick up skills from all the jobs that you've mastered. And that was the ideal way to play it to the end game. You would just be jobless, and then you could build you had like 4 skill slots or something like that. You could build those 4 slots however you wanted to based on mastery of jobs that you had before. You needed to get jobs up to full or max level or something, though, I think, in order to use their job, use their skills in that way, I think. And then I never really played a lot of Final Fantasy 11, but somebody, I think, told me that 11 works the same way, or at least used to, so that if you wanted to mix jobs, you could. Oh, we don't have to hide anymore. We'll just attack roll this way. We have to kill all these plumes first. And line of sight is a killer. Here. It's one of the older fights where there isn't a clear indication as to how strong or weak Garuda gets. But you'll find out pretty quickly if you let those pillars fall. I just wasted a bunch of cooldowns. I didn't think she was completely invulnerable during that time. Why am I hurting so much? No thanks. Ah, still got tussled around. Thank you, Rush. I will take you up on that. Probably after this fight. Also, I do need to remember to set that alarm so I can turn off the oven fan. Because we haven't had an oven in so long, I don't think that late night me is going to remember to go looking for a fan to turn off in the first place. Can we kill Garuda and ignore the ads? Are we that awesome? We might be awesome. I also forgot to spend on my poetics too. Not bad. Do I want this loot? It turns into stuff for me, so might as well. Okay. If you were to set the alarm, I think you have about 10 to 15 minutes left since Oz asked. Left? When did she say to turn it off? Let's look in chat. Turn it off in like 30 minutes, and that was 2:18. Oh, looks like it's only like 3 minutes before it should be turned off. I'm going to go take a quick BRB screen and then just go turn it off. And then I don't have to set an alarm, do I? And then we have a raid. I won't leave. I won't leave just yet. Chaotic. Hello and welcome, you beautiful D-Gen. Miss your face. How is everything? I'll say hi. I'll take a short break and turn off that fan that I'm supposed to turn off. We have a kitchen is slowly appearing in our house. We were kitchenless for a really long time. It's just a big empty room. Some major stuff needed to happen to it, and then we lost the person who was working on it, or the main guy that owns the business just decided to like bail and run and then file bankruptcy and try to hide. Like we didn't lose him, like he passed away, but he ran away from our job in the middle of it and stole a bunch of money. So we were left without a kitchen for like a year and a half, and we're starting to get a kitchen back. So I have to remember to go turn something off in the new kitchen. Hi, welcome. It was good. I got all my holes resized in Dark Souls. Yikes. Then finished off with Witcher 3. That's Witcher 3 sounds like a walk in the park, or a welcome respite after some Dark Souls action. Let's give a shout out to one of my favorite streamers. And why is my caps lock on? Who did that to me? One of my favorite streamers on all of Twitch. If you're watching on not Twitch, go make a free Twitch account. Go send them some love.
Yes, did I? That fucking chicken just punched me in my asshole.
Give you a new piercing.
Fuck them kids.
Man, talk about guess what chicken butt.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens, man. You have to watch the cute little animals, the seemingly just for aesthetic stuff they put in games. Sometimes that's the worst of the shit. Chaotic has a special command that nobody else can do because they are that awesome. I just want you to know. If you want your name or special exclamation point command that literally nobody else can do, or in the case of Chaotic, actually what happens is my bot has a regular command called exclamation point Brittany. It just exists. It's just there. And it's free for everybody. However, when Chaotic does it, my bot looks and says, here's the command. It just went off. Did Chaotic cast this spell? Or was it just a regular boring person? And if Chaotic did it, it does something different. It's cool, right? This could be you too, perhaps. We have different subscription perks for different tiers. And what I need to do is reevaluate that. Since I started doing multi-streaming, I haven't really taken a look at the different rewards that people could get on YouTube, on Kick. I don't know if I have subscription stuff open for Trovo. Trovo uses a bunch of like weird currencies that I don't quite understand, like spells and elixirs and stuff that I just I can't be arsed to. Somebody will need to come into my stream and explain it all to me one of these days, and then maybe we can make the bot work for all of those things as well. Thanks, appreciate your face. Thanks for coming in. You did remember how to spell it this time. Not great at magic. If I cast spells, who knows what will happen. Thank you for running. I thank you for raiding, and then thank you for running, because I can only stand so much of you. No, I'm just kidding. That's what came out of my mouth, though. It sounded like I was appreciating you for actually leaving me. Anybody who raided in, if you need to take a quick self-care break, including Sketchy. Hello, Jacket. If you need to take care of yourself, shower, eat, sleep, all those things, I welcome the lurk support. It helps me lift myself up the algorithm. We'll talk more about algorithm lifting when I come back from my quick break to turn off the fan in our brand new kitchen above the oven or stovetop. Yeah, take care of yourselves, especially anytime you raid in. Like, if you gotta go, you gotta go. So just, you know, say something nice about me and then wrap it up and get out of here. I am going to take a just like a 1 minute break and go turn off a fan and be right back. So hang tight just a sec.
Dorothy Miller, how about cool Dentax? The paste provides exceptionally white teeth.
No, she would rather pass.
Dorothy Miller, can you hold my camera so I can pee?
Oh, went up 2 and 3.
Dorothy Miller.
Oh shit, there should have.
4, 7, 7.
How can I, an inanimate object, create animate objects? Ah, the old Tootsie Roll question. Oz is my wife, life partner, mother of my 2 crotch groblins. Groblins? I'm just gonna roll with it. Like that wasn't a typo from the mouth. Welcome. Let's give that guy those things and teleport back to the very first city that we discovered in the game. Just kidding. It is pronounced Onet. I did check the Japanese pronunciation. And in Japanese, when you go to this first town, they pronounce it Oneto. Oneto. So, Onet. And you should vote for him because he's so great. I have returned successful. Here I am again. Welcome back, everybody. We were selling poetics because I needed to get rid of these. Just sell them for whatever. Doesn't matter. Whatever just gives me the most anything. I'm not here for any other reason. How are we doing on... have we solved any Wondrous Tales thingies? A couple. Tales of Daring Do, Bad and Good Luck. It's almost done. It's a DuckTales reference for those of you that never watched the show. All right, so we just did Trials. That was easy peasy. Main scenario, also looking for a tank. Tank, I don't think I'm going to flip-flop back and forth. I could just want to go Dark Knight and finish that one off because I don't feel like I'm as tanky as Dark Knight. I feel squishy or squishier than I ought to be. I don't know why that is about Dark Knight. Maybe I'm not playing it right. Maybe I don't understand the kit well enough, but I feel like I take an excess of damage whenever I play specifically this one. Wait, did I just get a new orchestrion? When did that happen? Thanks. Neat. Cool. Algorithm boosting is what I was going to say coming back here. I have recently taken to, when and where I can, watching old VODs of my streams and looking for moments that I feel are brand defining. When we get into deep weeds about something, when I go off on a tangent and suddenly I get passionate and start talking fast about something, when we get into a topic that I actually know stuff about and can talk, you know, in a professional or personal experience light and like share something deeper on that aspect. These like high level, big brain philosophy, deep thinking sort of parts of what this stream has become, what my brand has become more recently, that you don't necessarily always catch depending on when you can pop in and out of a stream, but they're there, they're important, and they're what I believe set me apart from the rest of the streaming community. Anybody can buy a game, play it, stream it. Well, not everybody, but you know, people with the means. That it's kind of a low bar. Is I have a computer that can stream. I have an internet service provider that has decent upload, and I'm getting that stuff out to you. Being in front of a camera and being able to talk is a whole other skill set on top of that, but also not incredibly rare. I feel like more people than just media trained actors like myself are able to get in front of a camera and share themselves and be meaningfully connective to an audience in that way. So that's not endemic to just me and my academy training. But the deep thinking part, that critical thinking component, the part where we care deeply, do research, deep dive, question things. It's not always the deepest dives of research. Sometimes we're only as deep as the stream allows, or if we're doing multiplayer gaming or whatever. Like, obviously, this isn't a place where you can go and I do intensive research for you so that you can write your dissertation based on what you saw me do in a live stream. But it's not just frou hanging out with your pals sort of talking either, right? We do deeper, heavier lifting than that. And I'm proud of who we are as a community. And so I want the world to know. And I've been watching for these moments of brand clarity. You should turn into a paladin if you feel squishy as a Dark Knight. My paladin's already max level. I did the thing. I did that meme. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I did do that thing. I like playing paladin in this game. I'm taking those, I'm making them into clips, and I'm putting them on every friggin' social media that lets me upload short form videos, which is a lot. There's a lot of different little social medias that let you do that. So the more of those that you find me, follow me, hit like or thumbs up or heart or whatever, and especially the two that they're annoying. But if you're like, wow, I really like Damien and I want to support the stream, but I just don't have an oil baron's worth of money. Hey, Toady. Well, well, well. Good to see you with all the fanfare. I will hydrate in the way that I'm hydrating tonight, which is a little bit different. It's fluid. It's a liquid. I almost always just have water. Tonight's a special affair where I had something other than water on hand. Hi, Toady. So, yeah, if you are the sort that wants to become a super supporter, and I could guide you to the Patreon, the coffee. I always want to call it Ko-fi because the way it's spelled. But coffee, Patreon, Streamlabs donations, like all these places where people will generally live stream and then say, you know, help me keep my house running and the bills paid, go and spend money on me. There's so many things you have to spend money on. The economy is getting worse and harder for everybody. We all have to tighten our belts right now. And for me, I mean, if you're not American, that's one thing. But for all of you that are American like me, and you acknowledge that things are going to get rough before they get better, then me asking you, and also could you please support my household and way of life on top of yours? That's, I get that's a big ask. So what you can do for free, it takes a little more time and effort than just like watching me for the entertainment side of things, but it's free and it's easy work. Is find me on every social that I'm on, and for every post that I make, write a comment and repost or reshare. That last one I get is like cringe, because maybe you don't want to come off as like a big fan of somebody like me, and like all your posts they're no longer your own original thoughts. They're just like my thoughts repeated or echoed, because all you're doing is reposting my content. And so that might give you a certain social anti-clout. But it's the sharing and reposting or sending of a link to somebody else and having them open stuff up. It's that stuff, in addition to leaving like actual text comments on somebody's posts, that pushes the algorithm for that person up, would push the algorithm up for me, such that you are doing immense heavy lifting in ways that I can't do on my own. I can't make a whole bunch of accounts and do that for myself as much as you all can. And it also requires significantly less spending than doing the monthly subbing, Patreoning, coffeeing, which not everybody can just jump in and do. Yeah. All right. Let's get involved in this fight, and then I can start reading chat, because the fight for me is, unfortunately, as tanks in this game, it's like, you know, it's whatever. It turns out that the wound I had on my middle finger wasn't a cut, it was a splinter. Oh no. Splinter could arguably be worse. I would say most of the time that is a worse outcome, to find out that what you have is a splinter. Had to squeeze it and it sucked butt. That's weird that it was sucking butt. If I had a splinter and it also sucked my butt, I would have difficulty getting rid of it. Just kidding. Oz got wood. Yeah. Got it out, just took a little bit. Good. I'm glad it wasn't too punitive, that it wasn't going to be able to come out. I always get nervous about splinters if they're not easy at the beginning. I feel like I have to like leave it alone for a day and see how it progresses or whatever, see if my skin starts to reject it. Because I also worry that I'm going to forget about it, or that it might get worse. It might start to get infected. So I think I get a certain amount of anxiety to the point where I don't want to leave a splinter unattended once I find out that it exists, because I'm afraid of where it will go from there. It also means sometimes I think I dig my skin a little bit extra as a result, which is probably not good for your skin. But yeah, a number of you have already been doing this kind of support, so I'm not going to call out those of you that don't or haven't. You do you, boo. You know, just because I give you a little bit of social pressure to do this for the growth of my channel and development of all that. That's just that's my job, is to do that. So, you know, grow a pair and ignore me if you must. But some of you are already doing that. And I got to say, it's lovely to log into one of my social media just to check on metrics, because I'm obsessed with doing that this week for obvious reasons. And to just see the spam of somebody logging into an account and just connecting with like every single post I've made for the last, you know, X number of time. It's fun. I like it. Hopefully it's not too burdensome or annoying on your part. But yeah, it's endearing to see one person's name spammed across basically the entirety of one of my social media accounts. And for somebody like me who's trying to become more of a public figure over time, it's not the same level of discomfort that some people might feel if they were to, say, see that a picture of theirs from a house party from a real long time ago got a random like by somebody, and you're like, oh God, why are you like this deep into my, posting history? It's one thing when you notice that a new follower, a new fan likes your newest post. I feel like that's very socially acceptable. But we feel a very different way when somebody goes back to 10 years ago and hits like on one of those posts. It just hits different. I don't mind it. Engagement's engagement. You could even leave a nasty comment, and in my head, I'm like, that's a comment. I'm getting commentary on my social posts. Hello, Likos. How are we doing this evening? I need to leave comments on videos you make. I appreciate when and where you do, if you've got the time and gumption, and I'm not just twisting your arm. Well, you know what? When it comes to Stuart, I don't even care if I'm twisting your arm. I don't care if I make you uncomfortable with the ask. I will live in that discomfort. Streamer Vaz digs up. Oh, what did you clip? Oh no. Toady says digs up photo from 17 years ago and leaves a like. Do it. If I were somebody else, especially if I just had a day job and I wasn't trying to be celebrity or famous at all, that's a different feeling. But trying to become somebody that's a household name in so many different homes, it's a much different, weirder feeling. And I think with my age and my interests, I care even less about like people getting obsessive over me or fandoming on me for like the wrong reasons, because to me, like, all press is good press. As I'm also not trying to become famous because I like the attention. I'm trying to become famous because, one, I just have, bills to pay, and two, I have an idea that I want to get across. I want us to level up as a species. That sounds very alien. I want our propagation of our brains and our culture and civilization to expand. Nah, it's nothing like that. I want us to be better people to ourselves and each other. I literally joined it. Oh God, how am I this deep in? And my brain immediately auto-completed to my ass. Of course you did, because you're a beautiful degen just like us. 7 ads? How dare. That's awful. Only 7? I got 9. Wow, so many people stuck in ads. Sorry to hear. As in, you're saying your ass, me thinking my ass. Nice. I've been around some friends too long today. No. This is how me and my friends talk too. We're either uncomfortably inappropriate in negative ways, or we're uncomfortably inappropriate in positive ways. Whatever causes the more cringe and awkwardness and weirdness and weird laughs among your friend group. Like, for a while, we were really good at insulting each other. And then it started to fall so flat, or we started to get so good at, like, counters that insults were getting boring. And then we started to, like, compliment each other so grossly. Like, just think of the, anatomical parts of you don't want to hear anybody compliment. We'd find those and compliment those, or, just like say really, we'd really try to, I think most of our humor is just trying to gross each other out. Yeah. I kind of do this stuff even without being asked. I just got to remember to do it is my issue. Oh, gotcha. I actually have there's a reminder on my phone because one person kept forgetting to send me a Prime sub. And so I made a reminder on my phone to remind them to Prime sub to me. That feels kind of cringe, right? But then this person like asked for it. Like they were like, oh man, I keep forgetting to renew the Prime. And I was like, I will remind you. I mean, it's just like I send you a text. We get to chat for a couple minutes about how things are going. So like once a month we talk just for shiggles. And then I get a Prime sub out of it. I wish these ads kept a theme. I lost the plot after watching Ice Cream come out. An oven? What the what? What kind of ads are you being shown? Damien, I want us to be better people. I want us to evolve. Lycos, D wants to fill my ass? I mean, maybe both. Well, why can't the world have both? Shit, my day is actually relevant to the discourse topic. There you go. There you go. This is why I have these topics, because sometimes they match up with what you have to deal with in your real life. I sent a massive message to my dad today, calling him out on his responses to me for the past weeks and months. Knowing what I remember you sharing with me about your dad, that's bold. For his complete blatant disregard for the harm to me, other direct family members, my friends, etc. And told him this is it. He either steps up or I'm done. I'm walking away from having him in my life. I feel like that conversation needs to happen more and more. We're not in a space anymore where I feel like polite disagreement in ideology is as light as it used to be, and you could just get away with that and still be family. Not only is it easier with communication tech to make the family you want, but also family has proven to be that sort of tether or bind that older generations were using to get away with a lot of shit. Molesters, abusers, exploiters, people that needed family to feel a, hey.
Troa says hi, just subscribed.
Well, thank you, Troa.
Oh Lord. Oh sweet BB Jeebus. He coming.
He coming. Oh, he coming. Thank you, Troa. 29 months. Insane. That's so much time. And I feel like I've known you way longer than that. Maybe I have in the months just, I don't know. I feel like I've known you much longer than 29 months. Thank you. Thank you for all of that support. Yeah, the concept that we need family and that there's nothing else that can replace family, and that if you're so quick to abandon family, then you're quick to abandon everything, right? Family is our way of proving to ourselves. Hello, Tron. Family is our way of proving to ourselves that disagreements and frustrations can be surmounted, because they have to with family. They have to be. Because your brother will always be your brother. Your parents will always be your parents. And so, you know, we have such a disposable society in which we get in an argument with a friend or a relationship or in a marriage, and we just go out and divorce and leave and run, and we don't deal with our issues. And family proves to us that we can. That's why we need more family in our world. That's such a bullshit argument. That's the argument that people who want to exploit and harm you need to have exist. They need that world to exist so that they can continue to exploit, so they can continue to harm. They don't want you to feel like you can leave, because that means the game and the jig is up for them. Once you press them on that and give them that ultimatum, like, hey, I will really straight up literally cut this out. I will cut out hanging with you. I will cut out being related to you, because it's not worth it. Then we actually hit them where it hurts. Yeah. Things with my dad blew the fuck up over the past week. I'm proud. That's gotta take some intense bravery. I don't know if that's a bravery that I know necessarily a lot of people, even myself. I talk the big talk, but I would struggle to make certain things like that come to light. Also, depending on the family member, though, too. Some people, I feel like I have more sway to speak my mind than others, depending on so many factors. Does this guy keep teleporting to the middle? I don't remember all these teleports to the middle. If you feed someone, does that mean you fill their ass just with more steps? A lot of, yeah, I guess so, yeah. I mean, technically you're not doing that though. We're not the sum of causalities that happen to us, right? Like if you're a barista and you serve somebody coffee and then their caffeinated ass goes and commits bank robbery. Did you commit bank robbery? I think the causality chain has to stop somewhere. So actually, I rescind my comment. I'm going to say no, that doesn't happen that way. I'm taking that tank buster in full. Not lovely. Not my best look. If you want to read it, I can send it. I'd be curious to. Yeah. You feel free to share it. I have your like dissertation PDF saved. I'm trying to carve out time to read that too. So I got some backlog of Lycos material I got to get through. Not to say don't send it, just yes, please do. And then be patient with me in my time. All right, we're safe. Wait, oh no, there's a stack. I heard it go off. I was like, wait, there's something going off that I can't see. It's because it was just on the complete opposite side of this guy. More tank purge. I don't feel good about needing to do this. Doesn't make me happy. But that research group I was with just got shut down by Doge. Wow. Of course they did. Why would they leave radicalization open and vulnerable? Jam, have a good night. Thank you for your nighttime lurks. I don't know, it's not just everybody who can leave their machine on and give support while also passed out. So I appreciate any time that you do that. Thank you. Yeah, why would they leave the ability to radicalize people vulnerable like that? Of course, they have to shore up their defenses against people like that research group. I've got the teddy over, so I'll be a bit shushed till either he crashes or goes home. Sounds good. Enjoy your teddy time. Say hi. We're going to kill this guy in time. Oof. DPS were a little slow on that one. Slow on the uptake. I asked my dad if all what I did with them, what they stood for, what he said he values of me and is extremely proud of what I have done in my life is really excessive waste. Ooh, it's a good one. He just stayed dead silent, never responded for 4 days straight. Yeah, how do you resolve that cognitive dissonance? I had a similar one of my friends I was talking to today said he put his father to task, who was so happy with the way that the American public had to sort of like tighten their belts right now while we take sort of like a long-term solution to fixing overall economics. And then like he was going off on that and was like, you know, how are you and the kids, blah 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 blah. His dad was asking this of the son and his son and his grandchildren, and the son, who's my friend, was like, well, I mean, here's the scenario. You vote for and support a situation in which the level of austerity that we have to do to get these ideas across that you have that are antithetical to, you know, global trade and all this sort of thing, and like bring focus back to the US and all that sort of thing. They are directly affecting my ability to retire, such that my retirement age is pushed out further. So I'll have to stay, you know, separate from doing the things with my family that I love, being more connected with my relationship at an earlier age. Everything gets pushed out. And so I just hope my health holds in and that I live a long enough life to enjoy a retirement that's getting truncated shorter because of these practices. And the kids, their college funds are invested in certain type of investment that's absolutely tanking, being heavily affected by these market forces. And so, you know, their lives are being adversely affected by your policy decisions. So you have ideas of what you think macroeconomics are that you're supporting that are adversely affecting your son and your grandkids. How's that feel? And he's like, oh, well, you know, I think it's all going to come bouncing back. To which my friend said, you know, how confident are you that the choices you're making that are causing immediate direct harm to your immediate family, that you're sure that it's for our family's better interest in the near future, in the near enough future that matters for especially the kids. His retirement's a little bit off, but the kids going to college is closer. You know, how soon do you think these benefits are going to happen, and how sure are you that they are? How much do you know about macroeconomics that you're willing to make these plays and sacrifices, or support somebody who does? Yeah. I called him out on that as well as some other stuff. He sent a long email quite literally saying, let's not talk politics anymore. That's such a brush off. That's such ass for somebody to have those strong opinions, strong values, and be so oppressive about the way that they believe. As soon as it gets uncomfortable, as soon as it hits home, they want to be a coward and bow out. In my opinion, that's how I feel about your dad trying to bounce out of this. I don't have the strongest ties with my family. How's the saying go? Blood of the covenant's thicker than water of the womb. No, it's blood is thicker than water. The idea is your family is your family no matter what. Your clan matters more than people you meet along the way. And that blood of the covenant line is a neologism that somebody added later on because they were pissed at their family, probably. But the original line, it really does have to do more with maintaining family ties being a stronger, more important thing. And culturally, the value of you doing everything to defend and shore up your family, to give everything for your family before others that aren't related to you, was a real concept. It's just gotten weird in more recent generations. But the original idea made sense to a lot of people, that you value the people that look, think, and vibe with you the most, that you spend the most time with, and who have direct access to your resources. So you want to make sure that they're the best set up for success and that they're better and better with each new generation. That makes sense to me. It does make sense to me. I get why we would start with that. Now we're in an area where the ideas that our elder generations sort of stick to are sometimes weird ideologues, dogmaticisms, ancient religions that are portrayed in wrong ways or sociopolitically altered over the course of time. And they're trying to sort of press those concepts on their youth and use them to remove resources or restrict or make life harder for generations that they feel are getting weak and soft because they don't face the same challenges and struggles of older generations. So they're actually doing worse for you while also hoarding resources and making their lives more comfortable. And then younger people obviously would choose then to make found families instead of stick to the people who are so toxically attacking and withholding and harming them along the way. So it's natural consequences of the situation. But the blood's thicker than water line is the original line. And that other quote is, I don't know, some famous author or something like that. Someone can look it up. I pick my mates over 90% of my family any day. Don't blame you. Don't blame a lot of you for that. The only thing I can control in my life is my moral convictions and how I act in accordance or betray them. This is true. This is true. You can't be changing other people. I cannot ignore my dad's blatant bullshit anymore. My convictions just will not allow it. Good. That also shows that your values matter more than somebody trying to exploit them by using something like family ties as a means to bypass being held accountable to you, if that makes sense. I think main scenario is one of the ones I should have done as a max level job so that I could get closer to maxing out my mathematics sooner than later. That's okay. I have all week. That's fine. I already did alliance raids. Need a tank and normies. Jeez, that was a freaking fast queue. An instant queue, if you will. I would not be consistent if I stood by and kept in contact, ignoring politics with him and staying friendly, while he actively has said he supports these policies and believes them. So it's time for me to walk that walk and stand by my convictions. I love that. That matters so much more, to actually have values and hold them, than to be betrayed time and time again by somebody who's not giving you the value of what a familial relationship should be worth. Yeah. I'll send the combos leading up to it. Won't be everything, just the very direct stuff that started back on Friday. Sounds good. Like I said, feel free to lead it on stream and use it for discussion. I'm open and have been open about it, have been sharing it with others too. Sure. Yeah. Can you think of any other numbers aside from 12 that have another name for it? A dozen. Immediately off the top of my head, a pair for 2. We have other words from other languages for some things, like trio or quartet. But I think those are based in other languages, so it might be cheating to start to talk about things in that regard. Also, baker's dozen refers to 13. Why doesn't chicken get a fancy name like cow, pig, cow and beef, pig and pork when it's food and not an animal? That's a great one. So my best understanding of that, and this is hits close to home because we're a family of pescatarians who eat, basically strictly seafood in addition to like eggs, cheese, nuts for our and beans for our protein. We are also a bilingual household where 3 of the 4 of us speak English and Mandarin. And in Mandarin, eating food, you just say the food that you're eating. If you're eating the meat of a fish, you call it fish meat. If you're eating the meat of a pig, you call it pig meat. There's no sugarcoating stuff. Just for what? What does it do for people that you would use these fake terms? And so it got me thinking, and I looked up a really great article that said Western culture, it's not just English, because you see this in other Latin-based languages, Germanic-based languages. A lot of Western culture is embarrassed about eating mammals. They feel weird about it. It creates a dissonance. We're not people that would do that. Like they have live birth, they have milk. We do those things. That's awful. Nobody should eat those. But we also have to eat. So you have to sort of create this, mentality of if it's so close to us taxonomically, we've got to distance it in some other way. And this goes much further than your standard foods that are common in American society. Rabbit is referred to as coney, if I recall correctly. You have deer is venison. Some of the more exotic mammals also have code names because they're mammals. But as soon as you get into turkey, duck, salmon, who cares? Who cares? Those are weird, creepy creatures that don't do anything like mammals do. They're different. They're taxonomically so different that we don't have to sugarcoat them. Interesting, right? So that's somebody else's theory, and it's now my theory. Oh wait, why does this guy not have tank stance on all of a sudden? He doesn't, right? Oh, because he wants to ride one of the things. I get it. He wants to be cool guy in the tank, and he wants me to be the main tank now, while he rides the tank. That's fine. I don't mind being main tank. I wouldn't pick a tank class if I didn't want to take damage from things. Okay, got it all sent out with very short messages saying who's who. Sounds good. Chimkin nuggets are not good enough for you. If it's chicken with like 2 Ks, there's some fake meats that we'll indulge in, even though like we're not trying to keep our kids away from a certain flavor profile in that regard. We are in some foods. We don't serve our kids processed like white sugars and flours. And so we also don't really want to have our household full of stuff that tastes like it's bad treats, but it's actually not. Like if somebody were to make a really healthy version of a Twinkie, we're not trying to get our kids to get used to the flavor of Twinkies because in a pinch, they might go out and have bad stuff instead. Get that bomb out of here. Let's get some aggro over in this direction, far, far away from that bomb. But we have like fake bacon in the house, so it's not like we're embarrassed of the idea of eating mammals entirely and want to preserve pigs because we love pigs. We don't focus on mammal meat because there are reasons why like seafood has got significant higher health benefits than eating mammals, and so we sort of focus on the health opportunities for our kids more than anything else. Okay, we done yet? How long is this? This fight feels like it's just a real marathon compared to some of the other boss fights in Alexander. It's fine. It's not like the longest thing, but just feels like it goes on longer than you expect it to. Come on, everybody. Gather round. Hug your tank, won't you? Oh, he also emailed my mom basically asking her to rein me in and get me to stop hurting his feelings. Oh, that's kind of sad. It feels a little pathetic. If my kids really disagreed with something I believed enough that they're willing to argue and potentially damage our relationship by their convictions, I would feel so proud, honestly, I think. Maybe when push comes to shove, I'll be all butthurt too. But I honestly think I would be proud to say, hey, they really feel strong. They have strong convictions, strong values. They're even willing to explain the why behind what they think and feel. And I feel like, why wouldn't we want that from our kids? Why wouldn't we want bravery, conviction, holding to values? Well, sounds great, I think. Good for anybody who's able to do that with their parents or any family member where the stakes would feel kind of high, you know? I want chimkin nuggets. It sounds good. I think we have some fake chicken nuggets here. You want to come over? I'll put some in the... Well, the oven's not... Do we have the oven hooked up yet? We might have ovens, officially. It's always better to have them in an oven. You don't want to microwave chicken nuggets. They don't have the same crispness to them. The flavor profile's not quite there. And I feel like they're a little bit soggy then. My mom sent back saying more or less to avoid conflict, be the adult and make amends. Avoid conflict and be the adult? Which one? Either face conflicts and address them and get everything out in the open so that you understand each other, or don't communicate with somebody saying, hey, we have irreconcilable differences and you can't emotionally cope with them, so I don't think this is a healthy relationship to maintain. That would be an adult thing to do, right? Maintain a relationship while hiding your true emotions about something, while suppressing the conflict. That's not fair to anybody. That's definitely not adult. That is a teenager's game to avoid and mitigate responsibility and emotional connections. That is egotism at its finest. I too think ducks are creepy. How dare they be hydrophobic while swimming? Ducks are kind of creepy. I think that's why they use them in the game Repo, right? There's a sort of creepiness about them. The Chimkin Nuggets joke was in response of chicken not having a nickname. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. I also went to a place that served duck. This was back when I did eat fowl. Now I don't. I went to a place that served duck, and they had... Their restaurant was by a stream that had naturally just like ducks playing around in the stream. So you'd look out in this beautiful pastoral land, like grasses and wildflowers and beautiful trees, and just lovely burbling stream and just the happiest looking ducks. Thank you. I will. Oh, we're out of that hydration. I'll finish off the last of my water too. So you got to watch really happy ducks having their best life while eating their deceased brethren inside. It doesn't bother me, but it bothers some people to have that connectivity of like, I'm enjoying this animal. I'm also watching this animal live their best life. How can I reconcile this? I can't do this. I can't do this, you guys. For me, I could do it. So having a restrictive diet was never about what I feel about the animal in question. If an animal is healthy and tasty, I will embark on that. Sometimes soggy chicken nuggets can hit just right. I can't agree with you there. I'm sorry. That's just that's a weird take. Some foods are good soggy, but they're like meant to be soggy. Tres leches or tiramisu, like you have those foods and they are like moist and decadent, and they're meant to be that way. I don't think the chicken nugget was invented to be a soggy food. Basically, don't start conflict even more. Don't start shit, be an adult, make amends. Yeah. Put his ego aside and recognize that harm is being done. His ego is his fault, not yours. Same for pizza rolls, depending on if I want them soft or crispy. Soft is one thing. Soggy is another. All I'm hearing is that you're real good at words and your father is a bit sad at words. I don't know if it's necessarily that. I think some people's ideology doesn't take into account that they're an awful hypocrite and that they want good things for people while at the same time denying them things because they have this weird backwards or punishing or suffering ideology in the mix. And when you hold them accountable and say, look, you're a hypocrite, they don't like the fact that they are. It's not that they don't like being called that. It's more that they don't like realizing it. If I was called something, I want to sort of explore that idea. And I have before. I've been accused of being things, sometimes positive. And if I don't feel that way myself, it really gets me thinking about why did they say that? As opposed to just getting angry about it and trying to shut it out. The adult thing to do would be, why am I receiving this criticism? What's going on here? Do I feel this way myself upon deeper introspection? And it sounds like your dad just doesn't want any of that. He wants to be a hypocrite while receiving all the love of somebody who isn't one. Does that make sense? If D reads this on stream, you'll see I'm not great, but I can at least not sound like ChatGPT wrote my responses. Oof. Better than me, at least. I mean, words don't have to be eloquent. If you're getting your idea across, you're doing it right. If you're not, just say so and try again too, you know? Like, I know people that are bad at communication, but the only thing that's stopping you from being better is if you also then just get fed up and quit. Like if you say something wrong or it was taken incorrectly because you might have worded it poorly, or you're talking with somebody who just takes things wrong. Maybe it's on them. They're bad at receiving your information. If you stop and say, never mind, just throw your hands up and you just stop talking, then you're a bad communicator. But if your words aren't getting across and you say, wait, that's not what I meant, or like, can I say it again differently, or like, can we just talk about this in a different light, and you work until your idea is across correctly, and you check by having the other person say what they think you meant, and you're like, oh, yes, you do get it. Then it doesn't matter how bad you are with words. You care enough, you're passionate enough, you're persistent enough that your idea got across to somebody. That matters. That matters more than almost anything else. Soggy soup. Soup is something that I would appreciate. Soggy. I think dry soup is not my cup of soup. Oh man, I spaced a thing. The Teddy brought home tiramisu cheesecake and it was obscene. That sounds divine. That sounds like a religious experience. I'm jealous. I don't get enough cheesecake in my life, but I also get I need to slow down on the cheesecake for a while. Not that it's cheesecake that caused this. I need to slow down on the things that got me to the weight that I am right now. Man, I keep flopping between being angry at him and proud of myself for finally saying it plain and clear in no uncertain terms, being distraught and wanting to delete the message from history, and feeling like this has to be a video game or a dream or some shit. Well, I'll say that I'm proud. It might suck. There's certain things that I feel are hard to unwire yourself from. And time again, I know so many friends who have parents that either never wanted to be parents, are narcissist or abusive or exploitative or manipulative in some way. And even upon recognizing all these things, it is so hardwired and so difficult for a child, no matter what age you are, for their offspring, to put your foot down and say, I deserve better than this. I deserve better than you. I deserve to be treated in a different way. And if you disagree, you say, no, you deserve the family you've got, then I can also eventually stand up and say, I don't need this family. I don't need this family member. And yeah, it's hard. It is hard to make those decisions. I know plenty of people in my own life that even upon finding out the worst of them, it was hard for me to right then and there chop everything, cut all ties. Some, I could do it. Sometimes I find out the wrong thing about somebody and I'm like, you know what? We're done. We're immediately done. There's no like bad blood or anything. There's no blood at all. You don't exist in my life. You're just, we're completely two separate entities from here going forward. I never met you. As far as anybody asks, you know, do I know you? I'll say, nah, I've never seen that person before in my life. You're just a complete dead entity to me entirely. But some take a lot longer time, are much more difficult. The emotional strain, the ways in which you have to disconnect, the reminders that you are still connected, the ways in which your life cannot disconnect because of different social constraints, that can make things much, much harder. And sometimes it's just a feeling that you can't shake. It's hard to say, this is my mom or my dad, and I'm willing to let go of that noun from them because of what they've done or who they've become. I should probably talk with my dad. Don't have too many negative feelings to him, but sometimes his care while I was growing up got punctuated with rough words, which I don't quite appreciate. Yeah, I don't think becoming a parent means you socially connect with people better. You don't learn how to get your point across or how to emotionally regulate or how to mitigate conflict or raise children by becoming a parent. You just don't. You can be a parent for many kids, have lots of experience. You can even be somebody who's in caregiving for other people's children, like a young aged school teacher or daycare or whatever, and practicing it and getting and knowing about it are two different things. Having emotional regulation is its own skill, not related to parenting. Communicating with people in polite and civil ways and getting your point across in a way that earns you respect is not related to being a parent. These things happen with some parents and don't happen with some parents. I've a number of times mentioned with Oz that it's so weird to me, not just that our kids like us as much as they do. Lady Nico, hi and welcome. Not just that they like us as much as they do. That feels a little weird because we both come from homes where that wasn't a guarantee. But one thing that baffles me, but feels like we must be doing it right, is I can punish one of them for bad behavior, for punishable behavior. We're mostly the type of parents that encourage the positive. We're not trying to like dole out punishments or be strict and negative all the time. We try to focus on getting positive outcomes from the kids. But when we do dish out a punishment, when I say, all right, that's it, you can't play with this toy anymore. It's a boundary issue. You've been ignoring me. You know, you're hurting somebody, or you're damaging your home or whatever. They come back, they bounce back from that way quicker than I used to, or that a lot of my friends used to. So you feel a dark emotion about having a mean parent come at you and be mean about punishing you. You could tell it was like they wanted to hurt you because they felt hurt. You're going to be a little shit kid. Well, I'm going to be a little shit adult at you and see how you like it. That's sort of what it felt a lot of times, me growing up, or me seeing my friends or younger family members getting punished. Like I always felt like, wow, the adult here is being a real dick. And you end up coming away from punishment like that, sort of holding a grudge for a while. like I'll come back to loving you soon, but not right now. Right now, I really don't like you. And I feel like my friends were that way too. Like they'd hold a grudge for a while because their parents were just bad at doing that, managing that conflict in a nice way. And my kids come back to like loving and appreciating me really quickly. I'm like, oh, that's different. Lady Nico says, my mom was an emotionally dense rock. Interesting analogy. Emotionally was just not there. Oh, gotcha. Like completely removed from everyone. Extremely emotionally immature. So would you say like she'd stonewall or like block out the world if she was feeling negative emotions? Just be like, I refuse to connect now, or I'm gonna be like Ice Queen about it, sort of thing. Now that I'm thinking about it, I do have some negative feelings towards him. He was kind of a dick. It's good to think this sort of thing through now before you go take the initiative and try to connect back up. Or if you do try to connect back up, think about what it is you want out of the conversation and the potential conflict, and, you know, weigh your pros and cons. While you're in a space where you haven't connected in some time, you have the power to sort of mull this over and think about how you want to approach it, Toady. She'd act like she'd care, put on a big show of it when people were there to see it. Performative. Yeah, I've seen a lot of that. I know what that's like. Would only care when she was happy. You messed up or there weren't people around, not so much. That's hard to live with. Especially when you're young, you're trying to piece together the way the world works. And especially, I feel like as kids, we can't help but compare our lives with others. So if you had friends or family where you feel like their parents weren't doing it that way, things were better for them or just more emotionally regulated, it really stings to see things be dysfunctional for you then. Boop. I booped everybody. Oh, there's so many tanky people in front. Can we not? Uh-oh. Get some heals out there. No. We're not doing well in this conflict. Why are we struggling so much here? Heal. Oh yeah, we came out of that way behind. Not the worst. We could be blue. Why did blue suffer so bad? I'm gonna pick on you specifically. Alright, this conflict is a waste of time. Why are we here? Why are we here doing this? Oh, we're getting pinched. Can we fall back into this canyon? Wait a fucking minute. He's the reason I don't show my feelings. Are you doing a discovery right now with us? I'm for it. It's just kind of surprising. The reason I don't show my feelings openly IRL, what a bitch. Well, hang out with us enough and maybe we can help you change that schema. I don't like this. I don't really want to go out and engage with everybody who keeps doing this like duck and weave and bob. We're wasting our time not gathering resources. And blue's even worse than we are. They're really not gathering anything either. Doing as much hemming and hawing as they are. Wait, where did I shoot that? Oh, it looks like I did shoot it the right direction. Can you not? Oof. I do good. She'd brag about me to people. Oh, you're a currency. Brag about me to people. If I messed up, she'd talk about me behind my back to everyone else or shame me for mistakes. I know exactly what that feels like. That is a... Yeah, that is an awful commodification of your relationship, especially with a parent. The way that must hardwire you, too. I had the luck of, while experiencing some of that in my own family, it was not with a primary caregiver. And so I feel like the burden that placed on me in my adult life was lighter. But... That's so unfair. That really sucks. I'm just figuring out how much of his actions I made excuses for on his behalf. I appreciate that we're having this conversation then. If anything that we're weighing in on tonight gives you that sort of epiphany, that's awesome. Turns out a fair bit more than I'd thought. And she's a boy mom. Oh, I think you mentioned that before too. Yeah. That sort of like preferential treatment's gross to me too. It icks me out. Like either love your family or, I don't know, go to therapy if you can't divorce yourself from having a preference towards one sex or gender identity or whatever. And an alcoholic. I wonder how much people's dysfunction relies on substance abuse. I've seen some of that in some family members, and I don't want to use it as an excuse to say, well, this is okay because of how, you know, how they interact with the world. But at the same time, it's like you don't treat somebody who has crazy addiction problems, you can't treat them the same way. They engage with everything differently. Their whole life is different. The way they perceive the world is different. So why would you say, well, the way you talk and the way you act has, I don't know, any bearing in reality when reality is so different for them than like everybody else? Oof, oof. Big oof. We're all taking lots of ugly damage here. And why? Scholar, stop getting so healed. No. She'd tell me all the time I needed therapy. Probably. From having a parent like that, it certainly would be beneficial. Then tell me psychologists are only for crazy people. I think crazy is one of those terms that had such a strong social stigma for so long. It really kept people embarrassed out of having a better life. And then we finally decided, in some generational solidarity, hey, maybe it's okay if we do get help when we're sick. Would we ever shame somebody for getting a stomach flu and throwing up? I feel like some family members actually would. But it's just so wild to me that crazy was a way to shame people for so long. It's like, I'd be proud to be able to say, yeah, I'm crazy. You helped make me crazy. And I'm getting medical help for being crazy. So the things that that harm me shouldn't be defining. They shouldn't be the end of who I am or what I am. I should be able to go get help. And there should be no social stigma around that. Oh, we're last place now. Like dead last. Probably because we keep getting in all these weird side conflicts. Yeah, Oz and I have joked about, well, I've joked about, I don't think she likes this idea, but I've joked about, you know, if we get to the point where all of our production stuff is sort of taken care of, the cameras and lights and all of that, they're done, we're good, we're happily set up there. I was like, let's do a stream goal where we get therapy. Let's pay into, you know, because our mental health, our ability to be full people is directly advantageous to us, like continuing on as content creators. If we burn out or we fail in some big massive way, well, it also affects our kids now that we've procreated, right? So we have to be mindful of innocent lives that are responsible for us keeping our shit together, but also just on the basic level of surviving, meeting our needs, streaming, covering, you know, partially covering the costs of running the household. Too, we want to get to a place where that idea that we could be burning out or falling off the deep end because we're not taking care of our own mental health, we should be heavily against that. We should do everything we can to shore up those defenses and be protective of our ability to generate revenue doing what we love with content creation. I was like, I think therapy would be directly related to, you know, how we keep the business going. I know bigger streamers than me that have burnt out and needed to take time off or just quit streaming, period, because there's also an emotional toll to being public and being a streamer that especially if you're a big streamer, I think it's hard to explain that to people because they're like, oh, but you have so much money, it's fine. When money doesn't necessarily make people mentally healthy. Who is taking the most damage here? Why are you way over there? Stop fighting over there. So yeah, at some point in the next year or two, maybe you'll see therapy as a stream goal for my channel. It would honestly probably be so good. Let's get that black mage. Oh, there's a sage right there too. Get their healers. Oh, never mind. They're getting kind of swept up by blue. I fucking need therapy. Maybe we should pull together, I don't know, like a big dono pile. Get therapy for a bunch of us. Let's all pull together and help each other out. I feel like if any of us had the means to, we would have seen to our own therapy first then, though. Get that Astra. No. 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 Oh, that was a lot of dump on just me. What we need is to find one oil baron. I've said this a few other times on stream. One like really, really well off trust fund baby sort of person who has not had to really work a day in their life. Somebody who's like well taken care of and is looking for things that are high impact and meaningful to invest in. And they're not sure what it is yet, but they're looking for an oddity, something special and interesting and unique. And they find that in our community. And they're like, yeah, what a different take on the world. What a different prospectus on what to do with life and fame. And something very different from the rest of the world of content creation. That's cool. And then they just plunge a bunch of venture capital into us. And then it can do crazy things like funding therapy for people that can't afford it. And yeah, growing this into an empire as fast as possible. And the reason why I say like somebody with like crazy venture capital or comes from a trust fund, because I don't want to burden people who are already struggling to find their own way in life with like the requests to monetize and help support stream and whatnot. We don't need more content creators that have that push, the constant ask, the constant demand on resources. All right, I get it. You're upset at me. Wow, I just exploded. I hope if I do that I at least offset damage somewhere else for a little bit and we make headway somewhere else. I don't know if my deaths are in vain or not. That was also one of the reasons why last year it was such a big push of mine to get repartnered with YouTube, because I feel like having sources of revenue that are ad driven, AdSense, they're passive forms of income that don't require immediate activity from people putting in themselves, or in other words, like sort of passive connectivity, passive ways to support. Oh yeah, we're far a distant third. Oh well. That it's more meaningful for me to get the clout, get the position, get the situation in which I can eventually help in greater ways, expand our support of others, expand the empathy, expand the reprogramming and de-radicalization of people at a higher level with everybody. If I can do that off the backs of advertisers willing to pay to show ads through my streams and my VODs and all of that sort of thing, and let them take care of the financial burden of maintaining our household, then the less I have to leverage the audience or the viewers to do that. Then if donos and subs and that sort of stuff come, it comes just out of your own interests and desires to support, and generally out of your own ability to do so as well. And then I don't feel like I'm creating a social pressure on anybody that really ought not to be providing in that way in the first place. And we're a few months into partnership now. Been going at it for a good while, and I think I missed it. I missed being on YouTube, but now what I really miss is doing pre-recorded VODs, and I'm not sure how to get the time or the resources to be able to make those happen right now, but it is an interest of mine to get back into. I like live streaming. I like it a lot. I also like writing my own scripts, doing research, planning shots, presenting a certain aesthetic. That's all very meaningful to me too. So if I could eventually get to a place, not eventually, I'd like to do it sooner than later, where I can have both. That'd be fantastic. The short form clips that I've been posting everywhere and asking everybody to like and comment and blah, 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 that's a small concession. It takes me not a whole lot of editing time to put one of those together. The majority of time it takes is me sifting through my old footage, where I'm talking, about stuff that's maybe not that impactful or interesting for a while, or I'm knee deep in a game that requires so much focus. So I'm focused on the game. We're talking about the game or reacting to the game. And then we don't have much in the way of deeper conversation as a result. So it's a lot of sifting, and that takes time. But when I do find something that I think is worthy of it, then the editing part's not too bad. And that's what I've been doing, getting these short form clips out there. And I'm learning a lot about algorithms too, as a result, I think, doing my own personal research. I don't know that I would ever trust anybody else that would go online and teach algorithms. One, I think they change too quickly to write a course on. And then, on the back end, YouTube makes a significant change, and what that person taught in their course is old and doesn't relate to what's actually implemented anymore. And the other thing of it too is I think different people will gain different levels of success doing different tactics. That's probably why you see really, really big YouTubers that are famous for viral video shoots just copying previous people's viral videos. You see, they're people that go in and they make it their whole business to find the original content that somebody based a video on. Like, look at this video from 2 years before Logan Paul made this. It's identical. The thumbnail's even like almost exactly the same thing. It's like, yeah, of course, people are going to steal ideas if they're found to be tried and true. That's how movies and books these days work too, right? You look at something that's already been proven to work and you just make another Transformers video or movie or another superhero movie. You look at the stuff that's already been means tested and you just do that again. There's nothing on YouTube stopping you from making a viral video that somebody already made. You just hope that nobody gets too pissed off at you for copying somebody else's idea enough times over. But the clips that I've... Hello, Kit. The clips that are succeeding and not succeeding on my various social media have been really interesting to follow. I feel like some of my clips are really good and they get almost no traction, but in a couple instances, I think I might know why. And some are exploding, and they explode on some platforms and not on others. And that's interesting to see too. Like, I think I have one that has... One of my clips right now has 12 views on TikTok and more than 2,000 on Instagram. and it's newer. So it's like, huh? Like, why? Why is that way? What's happening there? You know, what are the different algorithms trying to do or not doing? Not to say, you know, talk about other big meta situations like who's on what platforms these days. Where's my demographic? Am I shadow banned anywhere for certain practices or behaviors I had from before I was a content creator? Who knows? Who knows? There's so many variables to consider as to why things succeed and fail in various different platforms. Which should be said out loud. Everyone needs to realize their views and opinions matter to them, and the rest of us don't really care. That's mostly true. I think the big difference is voting. But by and large, when it comes to especially how to live one's personal life, I can't tell you how many times I feel like I've met older people or I have older relatives and they see that I'm doing something different than them, than what they would do in their life, and they feel the need to share their guidance. Like, you know, when you get to be my age, you realize you do this with your knees, or you eat this certain way, and then this happens, or no matter what you do, you're gonna face this. And they're talking completely anecdotally. But in their head, their life experience is a Bible. It is a gospel. It is a dictionary, an encyclopedia of what to do and what not to do. They're just a sample size of one. They could even say, me and all my friends, we all experience this. Okay, that's 5 people, 5 out of 7 billion. Am I gonna trust you for anything that you tell me? Or are you gonna, you know, back it up with some hard science and give you some real facts? I would love if one family member of mine gave me unsolicited advice and backed it with a good study. Like, look, double blind, placebo, you know, trial size, the really nice sample, good p-values, good statistics, good funding, non-corrupt funding sources. This is why I think you should do this. I'd be like, wow, what a breath of fresh air. Not that anybody in my family would ever, literally ever. And I love vast majority of my family is really cool, really loving, incorporating, connective, just really sweet people. But they'd never give me a study. And so, yeah, I hate hearing advice from people that's based on, you know, this is how I lived my life. I think you should too. I think you need to change. It's like, well, come back at me when you got the science. Democracy aside, yeah, let's that's one particular avenue where I think other people's opinions are directly affecting me. Did we already process these? I knew we came in here for a reason. We finished all of the duty finder stuff. I feel like there's still stuff I haven't done for the week, but I'm not sure what that is yet. I'll think on it. Also, coming to the last hour of streaming, I need to think about how much time I want to stream today. I came out today talking with Oz, and she was like, I'm either going to cancel stream or I'm going to stream for much shorter today because it's been a week for us. And I was like, I don't want to do that. Now I'm thinking, now I wish I had committed to the same thing. But no, I think I'll stay up. I've still got gumption and oomph within me. Also, one of you gets this antique helmet. Is it you? Are you my paladin? I think you're my paladin. We got this for a raid that we did for the guild, and I felt I absolutely needed it at that time. And then it was immediately replaced by something that dropped in the fights that we fought, which feels so lame, so crappy that we get immediately replaced. Which one was it? Let's pull you out so I can actually see you regularly. 710, 660. Do we have another one of these already? Damn it, I knew it. Okay, that would be here. Which helmet be you? Augmented credendum thing. Yeah. Circlet of fending. All right, let's go sell that one. We'll be right back. It's the fastest way there. Probably using etherite. Yeah, it bothers me. I mean, it doesn't bother me. This is just endemic to humans that we take our minimalistic knowledge, just the little bit of lifestyle stuff we've picked up, and we make assumptions on that. I think that's just primates. I think that's who we are. We're invested in creating fast heuristics on life, and they're quick, they're dirty, and they're not. They don't serve. They don't serve well. They fail us in so many different ways. I won't receive all company seals. Jeez, just one thing after another. I feel like that one episode of Malcolm in the Middle where the father's like running around the house trying to solve one puzzle, and then another one comes up and he's like, oh, okay, well, I got to do that. Not puzzle. He's like fixing stuff around the house, and he sees another thing broken, another thing broken, another thing broken. And they just pile up in this sort of nesting. The wife gets home. She's like, are you fixing the cabinet door? And he's like underneath his car working on the car engine. He's like, I'm working on it. Okay. Sold the right thing. We'll deal with the rest of that stuff shortly. I just really want to get the retainer ventures fixed up. For no reason. They don't need this gear score. I don't know why I'm putting higher and higher level gear on them. It's just it's a mental game. It's a stupid waste of time that specifically I am doing for no good benefit. I don't need to be doing this at all. I don't know why I do this. And yet here I am indulging in it. Yeah, we create these bad heuristics, but without them, I don't think we survive as well. They might be part of our evolution. We've evolved to analyze a situation, take the dirty, quick data, and do too quick work with it. We move with it far too quick. We make those short, fast assumptions, and sometimes it saves our hide. That's what I think. So it's probably worthwhile that we do it. But where we fail as a species is we try to share our tiny, flawed worldview with other people and get them to believe the same way we do, because we think that we haven't just found a quick, dirty solution for ourselves. We've found an inexorable truth of all reality with our sample size of one, or one in our 4 other besties that we've uncovered, pure truths. And it's just it's gross. Gross that anybody would have that level of pride in their own tiny faculties. Or, start with that. Like the better answer isn't, therefore just don't use your common sense, don't use your own personal findings in the world to ever come to any conclusions. I say leverage what you have as a tool. Those are natural, native impulses within us to act that way, to start to create a worldview based on what limited personal information we've accumulated. But have that be the kickoff. You know what I mean? So the kickoff is, I was treated poorly by a certain type of person. I made assumptions about that person based on the way they look. And the next people that I see that look that way, I'm going to make these assumptions too. I was like, okay, start there. Now do some research. Find out if other people in the world are also experiencing the same scenario, feel the same way, if it's becoming a trend. Maybe the way that person looks, it's not an immutable characteristic, but it's like a tattoo or a uniform or a station in life or a background in training that they have, could be something that makes sense and isn't simply, you know, a color of skin or hair or a type of gait in the way the person walks or whatever. You can make something bigger. I had a really unfair thought. Am I saying this on stream? Do I say this on stream and then do we learn about something together off of my bad thought? I'm always hesitant to share everything about me on stream because it gets saved forever, you know? But some things I think are worthwhile to be exposed and vulnerable about so that we all learn from it. And so that you know exactly what type of person I am. Don't want to go to the airship landing. I know that makes it sound like what I'm about to say is like, God, what's D about to say? Is he some sort of serial killer thoughts sometimes? What I have to say to that is okay, not that. Let me catch up with chat, and then I think I'll share this story. Quite literally a survival mechanism that carries over into places it shouldn't be. Yes, good where applicable, and better when limited. My dad and his bullshit, case in point. I'm not even upset about politics stuff. I'm upset my dad can't even admit harm was done to me and those I care for. Right, because it sounds like he's staunch on his views until he hears that there's hypocrisy there, that he cares and is proud of you, and at the same time is antagonistic and against it, against the work that your research has done. Yeah, it's just there's a disparity there, and he doesn't want to acknowledge the disparity, the conflict of interest there. Yeah. Okay. Not queued for anything, not waiting on anything. So this isn't me demanding you to read it right now, trust, but the thought occurred to me since all the stuff is text. I could post it all in chat and you'd read it. I don't always read everything in chat. There was one time where some folks in chat were having a particularly spicy A and B debate, and I felt like I didn't know enough to step in, and I also felt uncomfortable taking a stance on stream, and so they just went at it, and I just ignored them because I couldn't policy create a good. It wasn't my place, you know. And so I was like, you know, I'm comfortable with them hashing it out. It's not stream content. I don't need to make it platform content for me to like monetize and make it the center of what I'm talking about. Then it's like me, when I wasn't even informed well enough to like really get involved. So I'd rather let subject matter experts deal with it together rather than my dumbass try to step in and profit off of it. Just didn't seem right. So I butted out, and you know, not a narcissist. I think I'm not. So it doesn't always need to be about me. Heckin' Lamau. Don't think you were here for it. Huge fight with my dad. Sent a really long letter that, in a few words, puts up an ultimatum. Am I finishing your sandwich? Okay. Oh yeah, calls him out and bullshit. Ask him to show compassion before I'm forced to block him. I love that you get to that part too, because I feel like I would struggle a little bit to stand for my values in the face of direct antagonism, but that part matters the most to me about what you said. Is ultimately, let's just, you know, like if you were to boil it down to its essence and say all I really need out of you is compassion. I would say compassion and empathy for me are by far my strongest compelling virtues or values that I strive for in my conversations with friends and family. And so if I feel like I'm being short shifted there, that's all I would really ask for. Be like, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yes, I get your point there. Yes, that makes sense. Okay, I understand why you want to say that. Where's the empathy? Where's the compassion? You know, bring it back to the values, the core values. If you're falling short on specifically empathy and compassion in my heart, then we have little to communicate across, because those things matter so endemically to me that if you say those things don't matter, we don't have a cultural connectivity, or in the case of family, a familial connectivity. Almost my whole letter is asking for compassion. See, this is why I like you, man. Yeah. Okay. So, speaking of compassion, I had a discompassionate thought. And I don't like this story. So I'll preface it saying, you know, you heard me realize I was going to start to tell a story, and then even thought better of saying this story on stream. I was with the kids at one of our local parks, getting their batteries run down. Their crazy energy levels. We don't feed them any processed sugar, and they're still crazy high energy creatures, right? We're at a park, and they start to play with a very different looking kid and interacting with this kid. This kid is really struggling to be at the park. I'm going to presume grandma, just based on difference in age, it looked like, but I didn't ask. We didn't get that far in conversation. The grandma is holding the kid, lying down on the grass. She's sitting on the grass cross-legged. He's lying down, and his head is in her lap, and she's sort of like holding his head and manipulating his head and his body to allow him to like look around and grab at things and stuff, because he doesn't have the neck strength, core strength, and there's something going on with the development of his limbs and the development of his head. Head looks larger than what I would consider normal, and all the limbs look much smaller and shorter than what I would consider normal. But I didn't ask for an understanding. I was mostly just trying to rein in my kiddos that they were going to be polite and kind and doing nice things and not be a bully, not be weird. So I'm monitoring them and, you know, speaking a lot to them in Mandarin, and their interaction with the boy was actually pretty short, but nice. I think one of them picked a flower and gave it to him, and the grandma, presume the grandma, was like, "Oh, look, she brought you a flower. That's so sweet." Blah blah blah. I'll pause. Let me catch up with chat. In my neck of the woods, there's some scripture twisting, now saying compassion is a sin. Wow. Well, I will have to be a heathen in your neck of the woods then. I'm just going to be directly antagonistic to the good book then in that regard, and just fight for compassion like the devil's working in me. The motor functionality to do those things for themselves. Yeah, exactly. Yay, heathen party. Hell, that's why we have the 7 deadly sins as my as my Discord link. So this boy had some developmental, significant differences, right? Nonverbal, from what I could tell, didn't seem to be connective with the world around him, actually. So even when she said, "They brought you a flower," he didn't change an expression or connectivity. He didn't like smile bigger or anything. He was just kind of like being held and being supported and probably having a good day because, his family member, presumably grandma, was just there getting him some time in the grass and the fresh air and, taking him out and about. And he had this big, it's like a wheelchair stroller kind of hybrid thing. Wasn't like your typical stroller, had like extra restraints and functionalities and stuff on it too. And the thought flashed across my mind, a really unfair thought, that I immediately disliked. So glad you all like Heathen Party. Should we rename the server to Heathen Party? I feel like putting it in Finnish was a bold move on my part. This was well before I started Finnish Duolingo. So I was like, what are people even going to look up the word, or are they just going to go, I don't know, that's just D's server. It's got that dumb, weird Finnish name. Down for Heathen Party. Maybe we just have a, we should have like a, what we should do, maybe it would be its own server for just hanging out. I do have it so that my voice servers are based on Final Fantasy, and then I changed their names to Small Booth and Big Booth, but they're kind of lame. What if instead of the voice channels having names that are based around, I don't know, like being on stage? I guess it goes back to like my industry work. But what if we changed it to like Heathen Party? As the big room would be Heathen Party, the small one would be what, like, I don't know, Sinner's Tea Time or something like that. Spitballing ideas. Help me come up with something cool for the rebranding of the voice channels, because I feel like the voice channels names are whatever. Always down with the ship of heathens. Nice. So my unfair thought was this grandma and grandson were Hispanic, and so is most of my family. So before you immediately get to thinking, oh, D, you're a white dude, what are you about to say? Most of my family is or is part. So don't get me wrong here. I just don't happen to come from that specific bloodline through weird like marriage. And someday I'll share my family tree. You all can see what I'm talking about. I have primary and secondary Spanish speaker folks in my family. Spanish was my third language, mostly so I could speak with certain tios and tias in my family. And in seeing this grandma and her son, it dawned on me, I have not seen this particular like developmental issue in any other ethnic background except from what I could tell as being Hispanic. And I was like, is this a problem that just doesn't apply to other ethnic backgrounds? Or is my experience so limited? I at least give myself this. That was a sort of an unfair, weird thing for me to think, like, I've only ever seen Hispanic families with kids like this. And then I immediately thought, that seems like really gross, unfair, and my sample size is what? Me seeing families with my own eyes. That's all I know. That can't be enough people to base something off of. And so because I felt very ick about the thought, I immediately ran off to do some research to try to understand what might this kid have, what are the incidence rates in the US like, because this would be the one place where I think I've seen this kind of developmental issue the most, and what are the preponderance of this issue across different demographics. What does it look like? And in this one case, I would say this is just luck of circumstance. This doesn't mean that I'm good at sociology with my own eyes. My own eyes are not a sociological study. In this one incident, particular type of developmental issue with kids, it does turn out that American Hispanic families, Chicano families, have the highest rate of this particular defect out of all families in the US. It is chronic, and other ethnic backgrounds demographically don't show up nearly as high. I wish off the top of my head telling you the story that I remember the name of what I believe this boy was growing up with. And then that started to raise other questions that I wanted to better understand, especially having family with this ethnic background or part of this ethnic background. Why would this happen? How does this happen? What sort of things are going on? Why would one particular background in the US have such a much higher preponderance. Is it just genetic, and we just shrug our shoulders and go, until we can genetically modify people, we'll just have to deal with the fact that babies are going to have different rates of success and failure at different types of development based on where your parentage comes from, which feels unfair in the world. I don't want to see that kind of thing be the case, where depending on where your ancestry comes from, you are more or less susceptible to things. I wish it weren't that case. And so, I did some research to try to find and understand what the scenario was. It turns out, luckily, it's not really a genetic variant issue. And what it is an issue with is potentially in our future, or in our lifetimes, I should say, something that might have a solution. And that is that there's a direct trace back toward folic acid with this particular type of developmental issue. With immense folic acid deficiency, the propensity of this issue skyrockets. With adequate or even extra folic acid nutrition in the body, the preponderance of this particular issue dwindles down to negligible rates. So it has a clear and present solution. It might just be one that we're not adequately monitoring and addressing in our culture to fix a problem that we already have traced the reasoning behind what's going on. And I wouldn't have come to all of those conclusions out of my own head. I needed the additional research. I needed to take the first step, which is I have a thought based on what I've experienced in my life, but then go a step further with my empathy and say, well, what can I learn from this? What have we already learned about this? What does the science say? Where does that come from? Are we doing anything to solve this? Do we have answers? Is there an answer, or is this something that's just the nature of our existence? In other words, staying curious, staying empathetic, and for me, especially a drive to understand what my family members might need to make sure that we have the highest rate of success and happy families, and everybody's developing the way that we want them to. Anyway, yeah, telling a story like that gave me pause. Because I know this stuff lives on the internet forever, and for anybody to have a thought that's less than angelic, or that has maybe a weird bias, or can be taken or clipped in a way, cut in a way that might sound unfair or cruel or minimizing or lumping people into, what's the word I'm looking for? Just lumping people unfairly, that you don't want to share even a single off idea like that, or a stray comment or theory that comes across your mind. We probably just all wish that every thought that crossed our mind was perfectly internet shareable with all populations forever. And so I try not to edit myself, because I think the more I edit myself, the more performative I make myself, the less vulnerable you all want to be or feel like you can be. But if we all share in a certain amount of openness and understanding of each other, I think it enculturates us to do better, to be more everything with each other, not hide behind masks, not, yeah. I think I'm just, I'm looping now. I wonder if it was megalencephaly. That sounds like that might have been what I was researching. If you do a cross research right now for that term and folic acid, and you come to the same conclusions I was coming to, then you might then that might have been what it was. I don't think you should feel bad because looking at commonality is how we understand certain conditions and diseases. Yeah, I guess for me, it was feeling like I had a demographic situation starting to form in my mind without a broader understanding of what was going on. And it felt unfair at the time. I think there are things that are just unfortunately the brutal way nature can be. There are, right? There are some things that happen to different types of skin or different ethnic backgrounds. How we process a cut or a shot or a puncture with our skin, whether we get or don't get keloids as scarring, whether we process lactose later on in life or become lactose intolerant early in life. The latter, while sounding like a bad thing in some circles in America because of how we are with cheese, is actually much more common. It should be like just like everybody, lactose intolerance should be just what is normal and not have a term. And then like lactose acceptance or something should be like the outlier. Like those are the weird mutant people. But yeah, just the fact that earwax can be dry or wet, and ears can be like heavy producing or non-producing of earwax by and large. Like there's so many different things that make us subtly nuanced, and we can't like change diet, change climate, or do anything about those things specifically. Not in the short term anyways, maybe long-term evolutionarily we could. But at the same time, we have to make sure that we know that those things are sort of also limited too, right? Like how your earwax forms doesn't change how you should treat your family members, right? So there are things that we need to take into effect are a byproduct of us being eusocial creatures, where we would by and large want to support ourselves, and then once we're supported, look to our friends, family, city, country, expand out in our the ripple of our effect until we are helping the greatest amount of people that we can help in our life. And that is a common feeling among humans, regardless of what happens with your skin, your stomach, or your ears, or whatever. Yeah. Yes, as does happen to another streamer I like. Yeah, what's the word? Clip monkeying, I think it's so gross. I think going forward, what I'd like to do community-wise, if anybody ever, this doesn't really happen because we don't do a lot of reacts. Although I'm open to going back to that format a little bit. We're doing a lot of it sort of like during the spooky season. But I don't mind doing more reacts. The only thing of it is that it produces a little bit of extra work on my end on the back end, but I don't mind that so much. And that is almost every time I react to a clip, YouTube demonetizes me or revenue shares with somebody who has made claim to the content. And it's not always the content owner, which is insidious and gross. Sometimes it's like somebody who just wants to try to stake a claim because they have a remix of somebody else's song, and they're like, oh, that's my song in the background. It's not your song. You remade somebody else's song. You don't actually have IP rights. So how can you make a claim? And yet somehow YouTube allows these people to put copyright claims on so many different videos. I think their hope is people get so busy putting stuff out there in their content creation career, they're going to miss the monetization option, and they're going to just start co-sharing part of their revenue with these random squatters and trolls. So what I do is I regularly go back through my YouTube channel, and I had to do this with within the last couple weeks with an old Alan Wake 1 video, actually, where somebody was like, I make a copyright claim on the portion of audio for this part of the video, and it was showing revenue sharing. I was like, don't you fucking dare. So I filed a complaint, a dispute on the copyright claim, and it aged out into my favor. that took 30 days and they didn't take action, which means they really didn't care, or they were just trying to invisibly take somebody's money, and I got back full revenue. But I'm not opposed to doing that. But my interest is if we watch anything that's like a short form clip of somebody, especially if it feels like kind of an onerous viewpoint, something that's really negative or paints somebody in an unfair light. We're like, whoa, I can't believe how racist this person is, or how like xenophobic, or their take on the economy is just so bad and misinformed. How could they be this dumb and this popular? It's like, well, let's look at it in the bigger picture. I will always wish, time and resources permitting, that we either, if we don't have time for the deeper dive, we don't even watch the clip. If we have the time for the clip, then we have the time for the deeper dive. You show me 30 seconds of somebody, and if it paints them in a really nasty light, it's like, okay, let's watch it in context. Oh, look, they were quoting somebody else at the time. Oh, look, they were being clearly sarcastic. They rolled their eyeballs after what they said. Just little things like that, where if you show a little bit of empathy and compassion, we'll bring it back to that each time, that maybe you can see why some people are really not as awful as they're painted out to be, see a bigger picture, and just generally assume positive intent. I don't know anybody who makes a streaming career out of just being like an awful dogshit person day after day without some greater redeeming qualities. I'm sure there are some, but they just don't cross my algorithm because maybe I'm antagonistic to that type of worldview of just being cruel every day and hoping that you find another 2 million other people who are like you that are also feeling the same way, and so they all commiserate with you. Yeah. Calling people mutants, noted. We are. I tell my kids that. I call them mutants because they have the blue-gray eyes that I have. So obviously we're all mutated. We have the lighter melanin that affects so many of our sources of pigmentation. They're already getting funny moles spotting all over their body. I'm like, that's what our skin do. You let the sun touch you, it happens. The little has freckles, just like a spraying of freckles across her nose and cheeks. I'm like, that's just gonna happen. You're gonna meet a lot of people that don't get that. You get that because that's how your skin do. Clip chimp, that's what it's called. Yeah, I was like, there's some like really clever term and I couldn't think of what it was. Clip monkey, right? Dumb. That's like the wish.com version of clip chimping. Clip chimp is just hard to say fast. Wait, say that again? Say what again? Are you trying to clip chimp me right now? Andrew Tater, Jake Paul. So, yeah, but you have to understand they prey specifically on the people who are hurting, right? You don't have to spend a lot of time with their communities to know that they've got an exact grift going. Andrew Tate is disinterested in people who are happy where they are. Because if you're happy where you are, he doesn't have anything to leverage. I look for maximizing empathy. If you're really unhappy, you're probably struggling with empathy, which means then I want to try to address the happiness part. But Andrew Tate's business model requires somebody to be unhappy to engage with what he wants to teach in the first place. And then you want to be agreeable. That's also where we differ. The Tate and Jake Paul idea is to find somebody who's really hurting and then say all the reasons you think you are hurting are true. You think this unfair thing about women, it's true. You think this unfair thing about success and the Chad jawline and all that, it's true. All the things that you've been intuiting, they're true. And I'm antagonistic to that. I like disagreeing with people. I like getting into arguments. If you can't find good evidence of something, then I will not adopt or agree with you on it. I will deliberately debate and argue, and I'll try to find evidence to the contrary. Just the other day, I found a way to weave this into tonight's conversation, so I'm just going to do it real quick. But I don't mean it. I don't mean it in a high-stakes way. One of our friends and we were playing Marvel Rivals together, and we were all talking about the difference between mouse and keyboard, or in my case, trackball and keyboard, but, you know, pointer device and keyboard versus analog sticks. And I was like, analog sticks are obviously inferior because every time you put the analog stick community, the controller community, with the pointer device and keyboard community in a multiplayer competitive game, they either remove the competitive portion of the game, like Marvel Rivals does. As soon as you have controller people in your game, you cannot play competitive with them. I cannot. And a lot of my friends play on controller, play on Xbox or PlayStation. I am disallowed from playing competitive games with them in my group. I can only play competitive games with other PC players who use keyboard and mouse. That right there speaks to the inferiority of the controller standard. And then they immediately rebutted and said Apex Legends has competitive tournament gameplay, and with each competitive team, there's like usually an average of 2 people who play on controller. And I disagreed, but I didn't have the evidence. They just made a claim, and I was like, oh, that really shakes my worldview. And so I didn't want to say I disagree, but I also didn't immediately agree because I didn't want to back down from my stance. So I did some research while we were playing Marvel Rivals. Every time I died, I'd go and type something else and do some reading on a side tab and everything. And it turns out Apex Legends has controller-based tournament play on their teams. Not everybody on the team plays with controller, but it's true, some people do, because they've given ample aim assist to controller players. In other words, they play a different version of the game where the ability to aim and kill using a controller is given a significant handicap so that they can stay competitive in a game with people who otherwise use keyboards and pointer devices. Further bolstering my point, even though my friend thought it was bolstering theirs. And I wanted to argue the point on Oz's stream, which wasn't fair, and she shut me down appropriately because it's her show. She gets to do what she wants on her show. But I don't like agreeableness, and I feel like the Tate and Paul version of the world is you feel a certain way, you feel bad about this, or you have this like worldview you're starting to build with all of your negative incel experiences. They're all true, and I'm here to back you. Yes, it's all happening. Yes, it's a big conspiracy. Yes, you need to grind and get the jaw and get the woman and get the earnings. And what are you doing with your life if you're not following my $10,000 a month course? Blah 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 blah. They prey on people by agreeing with their struggles and then trying to monetize them. Gray Eye Club, that's who we are. Yeah. When both the girls were first born, their eyes were pretty deep. I don't have any pictures of like newborn me, so I don't know to compare. And I can't ask my mom. But the little, when she was first born, her eyes were like an ocean abyss, like had some deep blue, like you're looking at some beautiful ocean waters, and then suddenly there's like a big pit or something, and the color of the water just darkens out of nowhere. Like it's, I don't know how to explain it. You know, like places where the water is very like pretty blue, and then it gets like really, really deep blue because of something that's happening underneath the surface. That's how like the little's eyes were when she was first born. And the tiny, I kid you not, and I have pictures of it, her eyes were purple, like violet, like blue, a blurple. They weren't like, you know, fantasy high elf purple or anything. They weren't like lavender. They were like a blurple. But there was definitely like you know, not fully blue. They were starting to move towards the end of the spectrum where things don't naturally have this pigmentation in humans. And I was like, damn, it sucks that those eyes are going to change inevitably, because eyes just do as you get older from firstborn, you know, just even into your first year on the planet, your eyes shift significantly. But it was really cool to see when she was born. That is why I go on my walks with a parasol. I don't blame you. The sun is out to kill us all. As long as you get some good vitamin D every day. I hear, like 10, 15 minutes a day is supposed to allow your skin to generate the amount of vitamin D necessary to keep you healthy and avoid, rickets? It's rickets, the disease you get from vitamin D deficiency because you never see the sun. Of course, with people who come from like my blood lineage, that's partly why the lactose acceptance happens, because as I understand it, you can get some vitamin D from your animals if you have yogurts, cheeses, and milks and stuff that you consume later on in your life, well past where you've been weaned off of breast milk. You're still able to consume other animals' milk products. That sort of compensates for the lack of vitamin D that you can have when you live like north of the Arctic Circle sort of places. Yeah, that's, as I understand, partly why that mutation exists, or maybe solely why. The thing about people who go out of their way to make people miserable, what was it you were saying? I was saying people who go out of their way to make people miserable are mean and grifters and cruel, and I don't like that. I want people to be more empathetic and compassionate to those around them, even if that means not being agreeable. Yeah? I think agreeable can be exploitative, manipulative, and show that you don't really care. Because if you tell me, oh, like I'm so addicted to alcohol, I have to wake up every morning and take 3 shots to get rid of these weird shakes that I've never heard of before, but I get these shakes and alcohol seems to fix it. And if I knew about what is it called? Tremens is the word. Delirium tremens. What's DT stand for? I know about DT. I've had friends. I've had alcoholic friends. And if I said, oh yeah, man, you know, waking up with shakes sucks. I just opened up a still and I've been trying to like sell this whiskey. Do you want to subscribe to my whiskey? Like basically I'll charge you every month and you'll get like straight fresh from the source. I'll hook you up. You know, you'll never have the shakes again. Every morning you can drink my special brand whiskey and boom, those shakes will be gone. Like I'm here to help you out. I just don't want you to be miserable anymore. I just want to get rid of those shakes. I agree. Those shakes suck and I've got a solution for you. That's being agreeable. That's leaning into somebody for the problems that they're having and telling them that they're right and they're good and their path is correct. Sometimes being disagreeable and standing up for somebody is the better path. It's a weird example. This is the first thing that came to mind, especially because I recently met somebody who has DTs and I was like, yeah. She's young too, but age doesn't matter. You can get DTs pretty early. Like a blue hole. Yes. Kind of like that. You know the song by Billie Eilish, Ocean Eyes? It was like the first song she ever got famous for. Everybody used to say that the Little had ocean eyes. They're like, oh, like Billie Eilish, Ocean Eyes. That's so cool. Since she grew up, they don't say that anymore. True, then I can think of a very clear example for that one too. Excellent. Hook me up, fam. I need a fix. Fuck me up. Would you buy Damien's whiskey? What would I call it? Halme whiskey. That's stupid. It's a dumb name though. Don't quote me on that. It sounds expensive, and I fear that if I made something that was deleterious to people's health, that would be clearly antagonistic to why I'm here on this planet. If I was to promote anything, I'd want it to be something that stimulated health and mental acuity. And I feel like everything that is a product that speaks to those values is some sort of a grift, like those neurotropics or whatever, or different types of mushrooms and extracts and vitamin mixes and things that people say, oh, this is, improves brain health and memory and all that kind of stuff. Until I see real studies behind that kind of thing that are funded from proper resources, and I see more than just a certain type of content creator promoting them, to me, I think it's all just grift. But yeah, you probably won't see me selling a line of alcohol. Hate to say it. I would probably design a line of clothing sooner than I'd design alcohol. Mostly because I think men's fashion is very boring and has taken a backseat to so many other things in the world. When I look at young kids today, and I think about all the things that I wish had changed in the course of my lifetime, it's shocking and sad to see how little fashion has changed, especially among boys. The boys in my neighborhood, all the way from the littles that play with my littles to the high schoolers, are all sporting the same hairstyles, got the same t-shirts and jeans and shorts, logo tees with some silly joke on them. I didn't have Minecraft when I was born, but so like the stuff that's on them might be different, but also a lot of that stuff's not that different either. I see kids sporting like Nirvana t-shirts and stuff with like Transformers and Marvel comics and stuff like that. I'm like, well, how are you going to tell, what if I took the timestamp off of a picture and said, tell me what year this is from? I feel like if you just grabbed a bunch of boys and said, okay, based on what they're wearing, when is this from? There'd be no way to tell. Culture, especially with men's fashion, is just sort of given up. So, yeah. Tonight I announce my new line of fashion that I will be producing in the next 5 years, partnered with Balenciaga. No, I'm just kid. I kid. Maybe one day, though. Maybe one day I'd get into fashion design. I'd need to partner up with somebody, though. I can't do that on my own. No, I have other ambitions. Bigger ambitions than that. Mostly changing things culturally first. Then we can worry about aesthetic. What good is the aesthetic if we're all rotting on the inside and unable to talk with people and have those vulnerable conversations? First we fix our culture, then we'll go fix our look. Then we'll look the part. Right now, I don't care if we look dumpy and have functional relationships with our friends and family. Then we can fix the dumpiness. All right, that's a lot of so much pontification. How many times did I just run around Gridania doing like nothing that whole last hour? But it was lovely connecting with you all on such a nice deep level. I appreciate each and every one of you, your big hearts, your strong passion to see the world better. I want it to. I want us to have just a farther reach and bigger impact on people's hearts so that they do a little bit of extra work rather than just listening to some talking head that's trying to feed them what feels the most comfortable to them. I think we need to have more difficult conversations. I think we need to minimize tact, to use it just where it's an applicable tool, and be a little more tactless in the modern world so that we can really start to press people with their awful ideas, with their maximizing of suffering, and really hold them accountable for what they're trying to accomplish in this world. and explain explicitly what we stand for, what our values are, why we push for the things that we do, and make sure that we understand each other a little bit better. At that point, if all understanding is out in the open, and if nobody's hiding behind, let's just preserve feelings and be comfortable and not be controversial with each other, but we're being true with each other, then we can also make that choice to eventually cut things off. If somebody is really that toxic, is really that painful to others, is really willing to exert that much suffering on other people, then they ought to reap the consequences of that activity, of that paradigm. Yeah. My snacks? What do you mean your snacks? Man, the more you speak, the more I'm convinced you'd probably love my final message. I'll read it between now and next stream. And when Oz and I are finished with the mist portion of the stream on late Saturday, early Sunday, maybe I'll read this one live on that stream night. What do you think? Will you be here that time frame? Yeah. Oh, Instagram died and I didn't say goodbye. I never say goodbye to those guys, but you know what? It's hard for me to mind a 4-hour timer when I stream for roughly 4 hours, but sometimes more. You know what, though? I'll say this. In Instagram's defense, I thought a company provided via Meta would just not really be the place where my clips would be best received. I'm like, you know what? I don't know the demographic that's still on that platform, really. I don't use it much myself. I'm there because it's free and easy to do so, and I don't necessarily know if the things that I post matter to anybody on that platform at all. But the clips that I've been making have outperformed every other platform on Instagram. I did not expect that at all. I didn't expect I'm anybody on Instagram's cup of tea, but apparently some few thousand people seem to disagree with my take and in fact like what I've been making, which is nice. And I just need to get all the other platforms up to those numbers or higher, ideally. You were like, list nice things nice about people, like their hearts, etc. Since my snacks are my benefit, I added that in. You are so much more than your snacks. Snacks are just something you go and purchase. Although I do appreciate what you pick as snacks is usually pretty darn tasty stuff. No guarantees, but most likely. Okay. If not, we'll turn it into a VOD. All right. YouTube, Kick, Trovo, we're saying goodnight to you now, and we'll see you again on the weekend. Twitch, hang out because we will find somebody to raid out to. But for those of you that are being shown the door right this moment, thanks for being here. I appreciate your faces. I look forward to more and more of an impact in so many positive ways and exploring what that means, how that works with the time I have left on this planet, and what we can all do together to make it better than we left it. Not just for us, but for everybody. Yeah. In that case, if you're safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. I don't just say that because it's an interesting sign-off or because it makes me sound a certain way. I want that for all of us. First, I want you to be able to take care of yourself. If you can't put on your own oxygen masks first, it's probably bad for you to be deleterious to your own lifestyle to go out there and help other people. Probably is. Make sure that your needs are met first. If you really feel like your whole purpose on this planet is to help out other people, the best way you will do that is to be great to yourself, to maximize your years, your healthiness, your amount of oomph and ability, to keep your brain sharp, to keep your body agile and hearty and hale. If you start to fail in those principles because you are prioritizing other people over yourself, future people you could be helping will lose you as a resource because you're not doing enough for yourself. So first take care of yourself. That's part of why I do the sign off the way I do it. Then once you're taken care of, don't keep feeding into yourself. Frankly, I think that's rude and selfish. Once you're taken care of, start looking to see what else you can do for the rest of everyone else. Don't just keep feeding into your own dragon horde. Everybody knows what that's like, and nobody's going to like you for that. Not that that matters. Some people don't care what other people think, but I encourage, if you're going to be part of this community, I hope it's because you care about your fellow people enough, or other people out there in the world, maybe even people that don't even show up on the news cycle, that you care enough about them that you want to live your life in such a way that will immediately benefit others once you've gotten your own shit taken care of. If you're not that way, I don't think you and I are a great fit. All right. Bye, everybody, except for Twitch. Have a good night.